don't wanna go down the road that I've been before. Wanna go see the world where I've never been before. Wanna see all these people that I've never met before. Wanna go and give you everything and everything and more.
20 elite universities have come to a golf mecca, Pinehurst, North Carolina, and neighboring Southern Pines, for 54 holes of stroke play competition at the renowned Mid-Pines Golf Club, all vying for a championship celebrating its 5th year on a course crafted by one of golf's geniuses more than a century ago. Welcome to the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, hosted by George Mason University. Powered by Babygrande Golf. We grow the game. In the sandhills of North Carolina lies the villages of Pinehurst and Southern Pines, a treasured community within the game of golf for more than a century. National championships and other important male and female, amateur and professional tournaments have been contested in the area, with a young but important tournament on the schedule this week. 20 teams have gathered, as I said, at Mid-Pines, the lasting legacy of a beloved World Golf Hall of Fame member, the late Peggy Kirk Bell, whose family still owns and operates this treasured resort. And welcome inside our broadcast booth, David Marr alongside Tripp Isenhour. And Tripp, a lot of the country is shaking off the winter's cold, getting out there to play. How important is this part of the year for these elite universities and college teams?
Really, you look at it as a coach. Your fall's kind of where you shape a little bit of your team. Now May's where or March is where you get really refined, because next month in April we have our conference championships, and then of course we move towards May, which is all important, where we get the NCAA regionals, and then that funnels into the national championship, which of course will be at La Costa once again this year for the Division I. National championship. So as a coach, what you're looking for is any questions you have, and mainly the questions come, Dave, at that 4 and 5 and 6, maybe 7 spots as a coach, because you really need to have 5 solid players. The key to a great program is your core of the 3 players, and then you've got the next 3 through 6 that are always there and can count and never have those bad rounds. And that's what you're looking for as a coach right now, so that you can head into April with a little less stress on your schedule or on your mind with your team.
One way to get your team strong is to be involved in tournaments that are important, whether they be long-time tournaments or just a 5-year-old tournament like this one, the Babygrande Donald Ross. And here's the format for this particular tournament. Mid-Pines Golf Club, 1921, Donald Ross designed. There are 20 teams here. Stroke play, 54 holes. The low 4 scores from 5 players count for your team. The 54 holes spread out this way: 36 today, 18 tomorrow. Defending champion Loyola Maryland, who also won the original inaugural event back in 2021. A quick look at the current standings. You'll see on the right-hand side the holes the teams are finishing right now or what they're through. So each team has a player in 4 consecutive starting times, or what it was this morning was a shotgun start. So Elon, their team is through 15 to 17. They end up leading at this point. Old Dominion University at the top of this second page. University of Dayton, the Flyers are finished. They're at 7 over down at the bottom. Some from the northeastern part of the country, St. Bonaventure University and Towson University. As you take a look at this wonderful setup, Mid-Pines has been a place where so many people have come for so long, this being the 13th hole, a par 3. This is Ellen Dean from Xavier.
Well, they were a little kinder in round number 2. They moved it up some 30 yards. It's 192 playing. You can see up the hill just a little bit there to this tiny green. One thing about Donald Ross greens, you have to absolutely, you have to stay below a Donald. That's a rule. I don't care what Donald Ross course you play, you have to stay below the hole. Do not hit it over any of these greens, or you will be in trouble.
Kellen played this morning at 230 yards. Xavier in pretty good position right now. They're tied for 7th inside the top 10, plus 3. They're 9 shots back. Xavier even par on their second 18. Xavier playing alongside William and Mary, Bowling Green, and Towson State University. This is Andrew Lee from Bowling Green.
He's an architecture and applied engineering major. So he's going to need some applied engineering from where he just hit that one to get that one up and down.
He certainly is. Over to Towson. This is Matt Godello.
You know, the Tigers playing out of the Coastal Athletic Conference. There's several of those teams here.
Matthew's a sophomore out of Jupiter High School in Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah, probably not many days in Jupiter where you're playing in 50-some degrees and damp conditions. You don't get that much in Jupiter, do you?
Almost ever. Were they not listening to you?
Well, but see, he's getting some help with the dormant conditions there. That won't be that bad.
This is Logan Hunter from William and Mary. This hole has been somewhat popular in terms of getting congested. So this group is hitting up into the previous group, and the previous group is also a group of William and Mary, Xavier, Bowling Green, and Towson State. Logan is from William and Mary.
192, 6-iron would be the club I would imagine most players are hitting.
.92 yards. This is a senior finance major from Tampa. If he had a chance to play a dream foursome, grandfather, father, and Tiger Woods. Grandfather's the one who showed him the game, introduced him to it. As we go to the 14th. 14's a par 4.
And chipping all the way up the green. This is Xander Gibson from Bowling Green. And that one is very easy to do in these conditions. If you don't catch the ball exactly correct on these dormant conditions, and it's soft conditions as well, Dave, you will be seeing some of that, I would imagine. And they are allowed to obviously move any stones or anything like that in the bunkers, so you can see that there would be no penalty there.
Sanders finishing up this foursome's finishing up their morning 18 holes. They'll immediately start again back on the 15th when they're finished. Xander's going to play again.
And you can see the false front that he's got to put up real steep there, but then uphill the whole way. Easy to gun this one and hit it a little bit past the hole. But you can see he's 4 under par, so he's playing well. And look at this save right there. It's not how you do it, Dave, it's how many. And that is no pictures on the scorecard, as they say.
Nice par from the senior accounting major from Concord, Ohio.
So no debits?
No debits right there at all.
Just credits?
It's all credits for my man. 4 under par, good going. Except credits are usually not red.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll figure it out.
We'll get there. Yeah.
Still,
you can see the slope of the screen. It's so severe from back to front.
This course is considered pure Donald Ross. It's gone back to the original Donald Ross design and feel. It is something special.
Well, in this area, Donald Ross golf courses are ubiquitous. I mean, they absolutely, everywhere you turn in the Pinehurst area, there's just a Donald Ross gym.
You grew up not far from this area, about an hour or so.
Yep.
How much did you get a chance to play? What was it like driving an hour and getting to this kind of wealth of
It was
courses?
great. I mean, we played a ton of junior events. In the Carolinas section, we played a lot in this area. So I never played this golf course in particular, but there are just so many good ones. There are not very many poor golf courses in this area. And as I said, the name Donald Ross Architects on a lot of them. And, of course, the most famous is where they had the U.S. Open last year, of course, Pinehurst #2. But I can tell you, Mid-Pines is part of this is Rodrigo from George Washington for birdie. Pine Needles is where they had the U.S. Women's Open. And, Dave, I can tell you that is every bit as good as Pinehurst #2.
Both this and Pine Needles complex is owned by The family of Peggy Kirk Bell, McGowans are involved. Julius Burrows was part of the investors to initially purchase.
Great family,
great legacy.
They really, do such a great job with these properties. You see the claw grip. I like how he's swinging that putter head. Let's see if he can keep doing that. Sometimes with the claw grip, it gets a little wooden and you don't see the flow of the putter head. And I really like that right there. Good stroke right there. That should go in. Oh, my goodness. Everything but. And foursomes is not common. I will say normally in college golf you're playing threesomes, but with this format, 36 holes, 20 teams, it just makes sense that you've got them out in fours.
Players are anywhere from 18, 19 years old up to some are 23-year-old seniors. 36 holes in a day is nothing.
That doesn't bother them, no. They're young and strong. A.J. Willem here for cleaning up his par. So this is cleaning up their first round. So they will stay out. They're just gonna keep playing. They'll sign their scorecards, turn those in, I would imagine, and then it's official, the round, and then they can continue to play. No reason to get everybody off the course and re-shotgun start.
They go back to the 15th tee where they started this morning at 9 a.m. Again, a shotgun start. They were at the second tee off of 15 this morning. Back at the 13th.
This is the group that was waving the group up that we saw earlier.
This group, Preston Burton, Zach Burton, Luke Evans, and they're from William and Mary Xavier and Bowling Green. So much great golf in this area, so much tradition and history in the Sand Hills of North Carolina. This is Logan Hunter from William and Mary.
Those are the kind that when you're that young, they don't give you gray hairs yet.
Not yet.
But when you play the game as long as I have, you have gray hairs because of that length putt.
Speaking about gray hairs, maybe white hairs, we were going through the list of famous alumni from different universities. College of William and Mary has a couple of impressive ones. How about George Washington, Thomas Jefferson?
Yeah.
This country
no one's going to top that.
How do you top that?
You can't. Okay.
In alumni poker, that's the straight flush right there.
Yeah, you can't.
Again, this par 3 is one that's been a little congested today. You see players up on the green. And this group
like they're
waiting
waving.
tee shots.
I don't know if they're
Are they waving?
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to wave this group up. That's unusual because usually when you start that process, you keep it going. But I'm sure the group up here on the green was told not to. Maybe it's to get this bunker raked. That would make sense because you've got to have the conditions the same for everyone that comes through. So that's probably what they're doing, and then they'll mark and let them hit up. But when you look at this leaderboard, when we saw it earlier, if you'd asked me the favorites as far as who I thought would be playing well, it would be Elon, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and George Mason, and they're all in the top 4 right now.
So. The other one in the top 4 is the defending champion.
Exactly.
So there you go.
So they're holding to form, which is what you want to see. This tee shot here, we'll go back to the par 3, chipping down the hill. This is what we talk about. Watch, this should be very fast. You can see the speed of that. That's well done. Down there about 5 feet away. And choosing to putt through the dormant conditions, that is wise. Just because with what we saw before, how you can, your contact is just a little off, and that was straight downhill. So prudent play. That'll leave an uphill 8-footer for his par.
For Northeasterners, that brown grass just before the green is at the bottom of the screen. That's not dead. Dormant. What does that mean?
Well, that means it's wintertime and it's Bermuda. So Bermuda blossoms in the warmer climates, and when it's cold, it goes dormant. Evan Johnson now on the tee.
Evan from Bowling Green.
And the Falcons, Mid-American Conference.
Shot 1 under in the morning. Birdied number 12, so he's 1 under in the afternoon as well.
As a lefty, he would probably be trying to cut that in there, but it looked like he got that a little thin. Or at least it sounded like that.
This is Sky Young from Towson State. Used to be Towson State, now just Towson University.
I like Towson State.
I do too.
But we'll go with what they say, Towson University. He's from Miramar.
Love it.
It says his father was his hero in golf or non-golf growing up. So that's a nice hero. There we go. Look at that right there.
Nice one.
That's going to get good. Watch. This is going to keep curling around. And that'll leave a big breaking putt. But, does it stay on? Look at these conditions. That's fine, though. He's going to be putting, back into that slope. So that'll be a well-positioned shot.
20-year-old sophomore. Sky is. If we go back to 13T. Xavier, this is Carson Bellish. Carson, 21-year-old junior, counting major from Ohio. Who do you think his hero was growing up, golf or non-golf?
Dave Marr?
Close. It was his dog. So I think that might be a correct answer.
Well, I'll tell you what, look at this right here. Now, watch, this is going to run off. Now, this could keep going down that hill. That was a much better shot than what he was rewarded with.
Donald Ross can do that to you.
Yeah. Final member of this group be Camden.
Goldenoff, he's from William and Mary.
Looks like that wind is starting to freshen a little bit, and that's going to confound the players even more.
19-year-old from Ponte Vedra, freshman, hasn't declared a major yet. Why would you?
And that will be on the surface, but a long way away. Difficult two-putt coming up for Camden.
Good. No, we're good.
When asked about his university, he said William & Mary was chartered in 1693. How about that?
I mean, you've got George Washington
Exactly.
and Thomas Jefferson. And, well,
Had to wait around 83 years for the country to be born.
What is with this?
After a practice round, you played the morning round. Donald Ross greens can be devil players, but you have some idea?
oh, yeah, you should. I mean, look, part of the thing, one of the things I see a lot with juniors that these young men learn when they get to college is the juniors don't pay enough attention in their practice rounds to exactly what you just said, the greens. And believe me, these college coaches, they hammer that in on these practice rounds. So you should not have much mystery as to what, the greens do. Now, do you have the repeated reps of, where the breaks are, and just what we're seeing right there, the slope past that hole, they may not have paid attention to that whole location, but they'll be prepared. You know, each time you play it, obviously you learn more. But these college teams do a good job of making sure that they study all the angles of the golf course. But to your point, if you're going to study anything, if you study anything when you play a Donald Ross golf course, start at the greens.
Yeah, for sure. Got to be in the proper position.
This is Luke Evans from Bowling Green. And over here on the left-hand side, ball below his feet. Got to watch losing this to the right.
Englishman out of Winchester. He's a 23-year-old senior. Individualized studies is his major.
To be flighting that one down a little bit. Oh boy. It's going to be short. There's a bunker down there. Hopefully didn't plug. That's a real unforced error there when you're in the fairway. Didn't have the best angle, but still you'd expect with a short iron to find the putting surface.
Made par his first time around this hole today. At the 14th.
On your pat there with another unforced error. See, these are the things that will drive you crazy as a coach. When you see a player with a short iron in their hand and they miss the green.
Now back to the lefty.
You know, more and more lefties now. You see, how rare it was back when your dad was around there. You never saw a lefty, and now they are more and more. I just did the PGA Tour event out in or down in Puerto Rico, and there were so many left-handers. There you go. You finally put one on the surface, even though it's not helping itself there with spin. It's one of the things about short irons why you don't want them spinning, Dave, because guess what? When it's spinning, it's usually moving further from the
exactly
hole.
Right.
And somebody had a cart in reverse up there. So Burton will back off. Zach is very smart. Or this is Preston Burton, excuse me. How about this? You got two Burtons in the same group.
Preston's a sophomore from William & Mary.
Now we're talking. That's what you want to see with a short iron.
Out of Charlottesville, Virginia. While we have a moment, let's check in with Steve Scott, who is actually on the golf course and certainly has an idea about the weather conditions. Steve, welcome to the broadcast. Great to have you. How are things down there? I don't hear him at all. You got me? I don't hear him. So Loyola University of Maryland is now tied for the lead with Elon. Elon had the lead earlier in the day. Loyola won the first of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiates. That was back in 2021. They're also the defending champion. Elon playing well. I know you like the coach at Elon and what he does.
Don Hill, absolutely. He's been there and really got Elon going in the right direction. And Seton Hall playing well. Looks like they're 6 under as well, even though they're down on the leaderboard. If that 6 under is correct, they are not tied for fourth. They're tied for first. And there you can see the completing of the field. And Towson's got some work to do, as does St. Bonaventure.
Mentioned Seton Hall. They won one of the 4 Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiates. We'll be back to the Sand Hills area of North Carolina after this.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, to make that impact, That is George Mason. And that will never change. A university that slays giants. A university made stronger by saying yes. A university old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, drive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small, tight-knit campus, but also there's always a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
Being ready,
like really ready,
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough drafts are rough. And drills, they drill you.
A lot of Trump. More Trump.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop, always going the distance together.
We're not just ready, we're Loyola ready.
Tripp, we're back at the 14th green in some exemplary universities and institutions of higher learning in this competition. It's great to see.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, that's the thing about with all these changes coming up at the Power 4 level in golf. This is Preston Burton here. With all the change, this is for his par, and for all the changes that are happening at the Power 4 level, it's going to benefit these great universities. They're really going to have a lot of quality golfers, you know, coming down from the higher ranked schools, and the level, the quality of this golf is going to get so much better because of these changes. There's some people saying there, and what it is basically roster limits are coming to the Power 4 schools, and a lot of the high ranked schools are going to be cutting members, and you know, they're going to be looking for places to play and what good opportunities. And as you just said, the universities of higher, I mean, that's some quality education right there.
It really is. So some positive coming out of the roster changes as Luke Evans, the senior from Bowling Green.
This is for his par after hitting in the front bunker. I can tell any junior or college level player, I work with a lot of them, and I can tell them all the time, you can never get too good at your scoring clubs. You should never walk off with a bogey when you have a 9-iron or less down in your hand.
And he said his iron play is the best part of his game because he gets down on the ball a lot. And he picked Bowling Green because of the coaching staff, the team and facilities. Just loved it.
Oh boy, he was up and out of that one quick.
So a couple of bogeys now. Towson dropping shot here. Putting up it. Nansapawat.
This putt, if you saw it going by, so this one's going to have to be on the high edge and carry a little speed, or he could lose this one down to the right real easy. You can just see the slope, and then you throw in some wind on sloping fast greens, and it does get complicated. But yeah, walking off with a 5 when you're in the fairway with a short iron in your hand, that's something the coach will definitely have a chat with him about.
As we go back to the 13th tee, this is Max Johnson from William & Mary. Let's bring in Steve Scott.
Yeah, we've got yeah, it's pretty windy out here right now. Yeah, this is really windy out here right now. This is a chilly, raw day. These players are really trying to maintain their sense of touch on the club.
Arahufana
the wind
here.
helping out of the left as well.
He's posing on it. Yeah. Now he's going to have well, you talk about a difficult putt. We've seen people run that good 15, 20 feet by from there. I think this is one exception. You know how I said you don't want to be over any of these greens. I actually think you want to be a little bit long and a left of this one, much better than being over there to the right where we just saw.
Why is that?
Fana hit because of the slope in the back left of this portion of the green. I think it's better to be a little long and left and putting back up to it. Now, I'm just talking marginally long.
Gotcha.
You don't want to go like 5-10 yards over. But see where they are, they've got an incredibly difficult putt.
And that was Darren Hudak, who's a 21-year-old senior from Bowling Green, finance major.
Good-looking swing there. Boy, he's posing on it. That was a nice pass at it. And, okay, that's going to leave that challenging putts upcoming.
Indeed. 13th hole, the par 3 playing a little less than 200 yards this afternoon, played more than 225 in the afternoon, in the morning.
Yeah, it's 192. I think you want to try to fly this one actually 192. Normally you don't, because if it flies 192 and you're up around there, you'll get it, past that hole.
Up at the 14th from Towson, Macanello.
There we go. Now we're seeing, that's what you want to see when you got a short iron in your hand. Beautifully controlled, control your flight, control your spin, control your distance.
Back to the 14th on the tee.
Yeah, trying to hit a cut, and you can see down the left-hand side. Avoid a divot, and we'll be okay. It looks to have done that. You could play this hole for position, but most of these players taking driver, which I don't mind. You want to try to get it as close to the green as you can in modern times. That seems to be the strategy. All the stat guys and all the people that study it say get it as close to the green, but they don't want you in things like that.
For sure.
And that's why laying back might be more of a prudent choice, because that bunker is over there on the right, about where you would hit it.
Let's take a look at the 14th hole.
Yeah. 14th hole's up the hill, you'll see, and the big left to right slope on the fairway. And these native areas are really such a big part of this golf course, and we saw that at Pinehurst as well, how they brought those back at the U.S. Open. But all those areas and sandy areas over to the right in those trees, there's the bunker we just saw the player hit it in, and then up the hill in this green slope, really big from that back left down to the front right, and down there on that lower front right, it really will feed off. And this one right here is straight downhill from where he's putting from to this whole location, which is 13 paces on, and he's 12 paces from the left. So let's do some math real quick. 12 times, that's a 36-foot putt.
There you go.
Yep.
And it's not going to feel like it, though.
No, this
10-footer, 8-footer.
Maybe not quite that. I think you got to give it maybe halfway. Let's say 18. But it'll watch the break to the right about there, and you can see how fast. He did a pretty good job with the speed, just didn't get the right portion of that break.
Quick leaderboard update. The defending champions, Loyola University from Maryland, 6 under, now is a 1-shot lead over University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and Elon. Finishing up their morning rounds and have started some of the afternoon as well.
This is Kellen Dean from Xavier putting across that slope, now down here, and oh boy, man, these things, if the wind keeps blowing, these things are going to just keep getting faster and faster.
But what you can't do is leave it short, because then you've still got a downhill putt.
Yeah, you're better off knocking them by. There's no question about that, because I'd rather have that length putt putting back up the hill than a 3.5-footer down the hill.
It's saying a lot.
Zach Ganello here from Towson. Putting up the hill can be aggressive. We'll move to his right a good bit. Got to get it out there a good 2 cups. He had the line, but forgot to hit it.
Towson could use some birdies. Matt had a couple of them in the morning. Struggling 23 over in the morning, and they're 3 over already in the afternoon. Towson is. Excuse me, this is Matt Ganello from Towson. Again, trying to.
This is for par up the hill. Saw that first putt, so he should be paying attention as it went by. And he did. Good job. Now, these are fun for us to watch. Not fun to hit them, okay? Because this is outside. The best way to practice these is hit them a bunch of different speeds, and then you learn to trust your instincts and your feel. Brad Faxon actually taught me that drill. I hit a lot of putts. Brad would hit a lot of putts from that distance at 3 or 4 different speeds, changing the line each time, so he learned to trust his instinct and his feels. It's a great way to practice putts, just like what he was just hitting.
Nothing like watching it slide away on the low side. That's going to stick with your memory banks.
Yep. Well, we don't want that. He didn't do that. That went right in the middle.
Heck of a player, putter at least, for sure. Andrew Lee now from Bowling Green for par. Bowling Green in good position, 3 over par currently.
Yeah, the Falcons doing fine so far. Mid-American Conference Championship. All important for them.
Andrew 5 over in the morning round, and now about to drop to 2 over in the afternoon pair of bogeys if he makes that. All right, let's go down to Steve, who has a special guest.
Hey, guys, thanks so much. I've got Coach Ria Scott here from the University of Virginia Cavaliers. Ria, what do you think about this going on today?
This is incredible. I mean, first live stream from Babygrande. 20 great teams here vying for the title at the Ross Collegiate. 36 whole days are always a grind, and especially today with the weather, we're going to see who toughs it out.
Yeah, you talk about these 36 whole days being a grind. What is the biggest challenge that these players and coaches face on a day like this?
Lots of challenges that you can control, though. As a college coach, we always talk about those controllable things with nutrition, hydration, energy levels, and just managing your energy and emotions through the day.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on a day like this, though, I mean, when it's cold like this, what sort of adaptations do you have to use to have this, to be able to play like they do on a day like this?
Right. So, as you all know, adjustments to the yardage with the cold, paying attention. It's really easy to not hydrate on days like this when it's cold, and just staying really aware of the changing conditions, because that wind's picking up. I saw that it's gusting up to 24 this afternoon, and rain's possibly coming in. So just being prepared is one huge thing that we preach as college coaches.
Well, Coach, great advice. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Coach talked a bit about hydrating under these conditions. You wouldn't think that would be something that would be an issue, but it certainly seems like it is.
Boy, that was a much better shot than where it ended up right there from the pine straw. Watch where this is going to finish. Off the green down there, off that false front. And you can see the frustration. He hit a much better shot than that, but you got to know how that ball is going to spin coming out of there.
This whole area developed back in the late 1800s. Gentlemen purchased 6,000 acres of land to try and create an area for health enthusiasts.
And that's Goldhoff there, and that's another no-no. I mean, that was some 90 yards. And 100 yards and hit it into a bunker over the green.
Close the face down, hit a little longer. It's a bad club size.
It's just, you know, they've got to get so much better at practicing and how they practice their wedges. A lot of players try to be the master of all the numbers instead of getting really good at several different numbers with each club.
Over on the 14th. Carson Bellish from Xavier.
Boy, this is a hard shot. This gives tour players a hard time, because you've got to get your contact right, having that awkward distance out of the sand, even if it's a good lie. And that one looks to come up short. You got to just make sure you get the ball first. But with a wedge, often it'll dig and you hit it fat. He did not do that. He hit it actually clean, but it just came off the front.
Over the 13th, first look at someone from St. Joseph's. This is Tyler Layden, and we'll check in with Steve Scott, who's on this tee.
You know, they're facing a lot of variable wind directions right now. It's kind of feeling like it's actually coming out of the right just a little bit, and it was helping from the left quite dramatically only about 15, 20 minutes ago. But like you've kind of mentioned, Tripp, this is a really challenging hole location. Getting it left of this hole would be kind of optimal if you could position that ball perfectly.
But optically, Steve, it just, you can't make yourself do it, can you?
No, you've got a gaping greenside bunker on the left, which really is the challenge with the eye, pushing the eye right, and this one started well right.
Yeah, that looked way out in front of it. Club was underneath, and throw in an open face with that, and, well, there you see the result.
Tyler's a sophomore, 20 years old, St. Joe's. He loves it. He's a finance major. He likes to snowboard. He said the strongest part of his game is his wedge game, and loves SJU because it's a great school of business. It's close to his home. As we check in on Sperling playing alongside Layden. Brandon Sperling is from St. John's University, the alma mater of the current U.S. Ryder Cup captain, Keegan Bradley,
Had a little Ludwig Oberg there. Look at his face going halfway back there, Steve. But that's not a Ludwig shot.
I like that.
Ludwig shot's a little better than that one.
No, hit that a little heavy. But, you know, I think that's the challenge today. You're playing 36 holes of golf under these varying conditions, mostly cold. And it's just really tough to feel everything you need to feel on a normal day.
Next up, Jakob Suter from Old Dominion.
This one started well right as well, trying to draw, but not quite drawing.
Yeah, that's looks to be in the bunker. Tough enough to get it close from the right-hand side when you're on the green, much less in a bunker. Now Bellish here at the 14th. That's very well done. Nice clean catch off that dormant Bermuda. And that'll leave pretty straight putt back up the hill. Save his par.
Sky Ong from Towson is next. So putting from off the green through the dormant grass for birdie after seeing what fellow competitor Carson Bellish did.
It's probably the lie. You know, you can get some really thin lies, and you just don't even want to risk hitting it fat or even thin. So that's obviously the prudent choice. They always say a bad putt's going to end up better than a bad chip for sure, and that was not a bad putt. That was a good putt. So
Raymond Floyd might argue with that.
Raymond Floyd would chip with a 3-iron.
Exactly.
He would never, ever, ever off the green.
Bob Rosberg used to say the air is smoother than the ground anyway. So
well, yeah.
Still, amateurs don't pay attention to that. Goldenhoff now at 14, his third shot.
You want to see a very fast bunker shot, straight downhill. Just almost no way to stop it unless you hit the flag.
Or you just play faster, maybe you hit one of the other golf balls.
That's true.
Have a long par putt coming up. Mid Pines, Southern Pines, Pine Needles, Pinehurst, so many wonderful venues in this area. Great place for a golf vacation, great place for the USGA to move their headquarters to.
Yeah. I covered that U.S. Open last year, and the way Pinehurst played was just spectacular. It was right on the edge, and the USGA does such a great job of that and showcasing it. And it's going to be in the rotation now quite a number of times in the next 15 years. Now up the hill here, breaking to his left. Kia's got to keep the speed up, or it will fall across the front of the hole. And
gave it too much.
Wow, I would not expect to see that. Normally you see the players lose that ball low and left.
That didn't seem to snap like we're used to.
No, it didn't. And it's not like he hit it way too hard either. It was the perfect speed. Now this is that one above the hole. And we saw one for par from the opposite side where he had to hit it outside the hole, at least a ball and a half, and that's what this one is. But this one's coming more down the hill. It's so easy to run this one if you miss it on the low side to keep it, or not keep it from going 4 or 5 feet by. So get it out there a little higher than you think. And there you go.
And Sky Young.
Good up and down right there.
Absolutely gives Towson another par. Great up and down.
He's going to be approaching this.
Or if you putt, is it a down?
A down. There you go.
There was no up.
No up at all.
So it was a down.
Down. What he had right there.
Yeah.
Don't hear it referred to that way very often, but maybe now.
Well, we create our own language.
Bogey from Loyola University, Maryland, drops them out of the outright lead into a share with University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. George Mason, the hosts, 1 shot back. Elon University, also 1 shot back. Seton Hall won this event a couple of years ago. Seton Hall is just a couple shots back. Seton Hall, the champions back in 2022, the second Babygrande Donald Ross Invitational champion. Tripp, this is a putt you want on these greens, right? You just really
up the hill. You know, anytime you can give one with this, you know, this is as minimal amount of break. It's up the hill. These are the ones that you know, you should have no problems with. Just like that.
And there we go. George Mason, the host, has made a bogey and dropped out of that share of third. George Mason now dropped down to 3. Here we are with Loyola University of Maryland, again with a share of the lead. University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. Elon University also at 5 at 3 under par. George Mason. We have Seton Hall. Looks like Seton Hall at 5 under par. I believe they're 1 under par, but that would put them in 5th place currently. Bowling Green State University is just outside the top 5 in a share of 6 with the University of South Dakota. There's College of William and Mary against a great university. Xavier's a wonderful institution. St. John's University in Queens, going to be very close to where the Ryder Cup will be played in September, and the alumnus from that university going to be playing the role of captain of the university team, the U.S. team. The University of Dayton Flyers fly into a top 11 finish after the morning holes were completed. Georgetown University, the Hoya Saxon, 8 over par, sharing that spot, tied for 11th with Old Dominion University. University of Toledo is, the Rockets is the name of their nickname of their university. George Washington University at 12 over, Ohio University.
Oh boy,
it's trouble right here.
Yeah, over here, right on one of these cart paths. This is actually the cart path. Got good clean contact. Let's see if it gets there. Oh no, just a poor. God, what a bad break that is. That's golf for you, though. That was a really nice shot. Had it just carried another foot, Dave, that would have been on the green putting. It would have been 30, 40 feet, but it would have been putting up the hill for a birdie. Now, Max Johnson here from William & Mary up the hill. Short iron in hand. Want to aim about 5 steps left of this flag. Control your spin. Control your flight. Yeah, see, didn't get it over there far enough left, but that's going to leave an uphill birdie putt, so you'd rather be on that side of the hole if you're going to be 35 feet than the opposite side of that.
Max, a 23-year-old senior in the MBA program, Master's in Business Administration at William & Mary. This is Ray Filter, his second shot.
Wow, this is way down there. This is in that awkward zone, though. This is in that, 50 to 60 yard area, over a bunker. And these are the kind of shots you got to have. But this is not one that is easy to pull off
by any stretch.
To have good clean contact, and there you go. Dead flag high. That's what you want.
Ray shot 68 in the morning.
Well, another good look for birdie. So he's in control of his golf ball, and that's what you're looking for on a Donald Ross golf board.
A couple of pars in the afternoon for Ray Filter from Xavier. Have that for birdie.
Umbrellas out. We got some showers in the area. I think it's forecast to be off and on the rest of the afternoon.
What does that do, if anything, to the overall strategy?
Well, when it's dormant Bermuda and it gets wet, your contact has to be perfect. It really makes it exacerbates the problems with dormant Bermuda. greens, I think the players would like a little dampness in so that it slows them down just a little bit because they are speedy. You talk about a fun-filled chip. Hudak's got a tough one right here to keep the Falcons from falling another shot if he is a counting score.
Coming off a bogey at 13.
Yeah, if he goes big swing here, I don't know if you might want to just get something tumbling like with a 3-wood or a hybrid and just get it tumbling down that hill. It'll get all the way to the hole. Like where that coach is standing right there. If he goes up, I guess he's thinking that it'll do the same thing. And maybe there's a little bit more that we can't see between him and where that point was the coach was standing.
Shot 78 in the morning round, 6 over par. Missed counting for his team by 1 shot.
Well, he landed it right there, and boy, they have planned this very well. Look at that. Well, he executed that one to a tee, didn't he?
Very nice. You hear the pitter-patter of raindrops on our microphones. You know there's rain in the area. Rain gear is out.
Yeah, but at this point, everything's going to be a little wet. You'll just have to dry it out.
This is Ria Scott from Towson playing his 3rd shot here at 14.
Straight back up the hill. Can be aggressive.
Consistent team in the morning. Towson was. They had a 77 at 5 over, 3 78s, 6 over. Ria is one of them.
Now he's doing a cutting motion. I don't know if he normally chips and pitches that way, but that's going to put extra spin on it.
Don't want that, do you?
No, not here. I wouldn't think you would want the spinny one, but I would think you would want a ball that would be releasing a little bit, but he did all right. That's fine. That'll leave a speedy one, but acceptable. Engaged the bounce pretty good, even with that little bit of a cutting action.
Looking at Max Johnson from William and Mary, excuse me.
Make sure you get it there.
I do have to say the golf gear is pretty cool for college students. I've got a pal who's a University of Hawaii golf coach. He gave me some of the rainbow stuff. Scott Simpson, he's a good man and very much into his program. Love how the coaches, including a past U.S. Open winner, will coach these young players and just enjoy every moment of the job.
Up the hill, breaking to his right. And that's the presumed miss. Not hitting it hard enough in uphill anyway, and then throw in a little bit of rain. Makes things a little bit slower. It looks like more than a little bit of rain right there.
Sounds like it too. Max was 3 over in the afternoon. Now Ray Filter from Xavier again. Playing well so far. This for birdie.
Yeah, beautiful, underneath the hole, put it on the right side. You can see he is, while he's tied for 3rd.
A couple of pars on his 2nd 18. Again, 4 under today. 4 birdies in the first 7 holes on the scorecard.
Great camera angle there. Up the hill, breaking to his left. And you can see, going to have to pay attention to the dampness in these greens.
Another par. 4th one in a row for Ray, who started with a par in the morning, made a bogey, then an eagle, excuse me, on 15, the par 5.
Boy, he gets this one up and down. Hudak here, if he, the Falcons will stave one off here. That was a tough spot to be in, and walk out of here unscathed. That's really what the game's about, though. You know, it's all the time you see it. The great players, they're able to, you know, manage their games when they hit poor shots with their short game, and also their attitudes. You know, their attitudes are to stay up, and you know, now you got a positive attitude. You hit a poor shot, you know, a couple of shots ago, and you get out of there with a par, and you're feeling good about yourself.
Absolutely. A lot of times those rounds that are saved, those scores that are saved, you don't really even notice it until it's over. And hang on one second. It looked like you shot 75. No, I shot, you know,
shot
71, 70.
Yeah.
Max Johnson to finish things off right here from William & Mary.
Left edge putt up the hill. Make sure you get it there. Well, he got it there, and it was left edge. Just can't do much better to hit it where you want with the speed. Now, the opposite of this is very fast down the hill.
Just hoping the hole gets in the way here for Murray Howe.
Well, he hit a poor drive, hit a really good second shot and a nice pitch, but just out of position, a little too much on the tee, too much to overcome. He drops one more.
Been a tough tournament for Towson. You know, as part of the Babygrande golf coverage of the Donald Ross Collegiate, we have a special stream we call the No Glaze Zone, featuring commentary from Domingo Chichi Grande Neris and special guests. Check out the No Glaze Zone on babygrandegolf.com.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason, and that will never change. A university that slays giants. A university made stronger by saying yes. A university old enough to know better, but young and not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a close look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo, the power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we rise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small, tight-knit campus, but also there's always a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
Being ready,
Like, really ready?
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough drafts are rough.
And drills, they drill you.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop, always going the distance, together.
we're not just ready. We're Loyola ready.
Moment ago on the tee at 8, Uzair Mirza from George Mason, the host university.
Yeah, it's a downhill par 3 here. And, oh boy, got big hop there. Rain doesn't seem to be softening that green there at the 8th. Can't see, they can see the green. We can't see it from our camera angle, but that is downhill, this par 3 here. 175 yards is the length, but downhill playing about 160.
And this is Jamie Butler from Toledo.
Boy, look at that ball bounding. And oh boy, now watch this. You do not want to do this. This is going to end up, hopefully doesn't get against any of that hay down there.
Jamie is senior accounting and finance major. This is Garrett Kessler. He's from Loyola, Maryland, defending champion.
That's acceptable out of the bunker, you know, about 8.5 feet.
Sure, senior from Caldwell, New Jersey. He's a marketing major. 21 years old, Garrett is. His foursome himself, his dad, Bryson DeChambeau, and Mo Norman.
Oh, okay. Well, that's two opposite ends of the length spectrum.
Yes, it is.
The longest
Bryson
and the shortest.
But how straight was Mo Norman?
Mo was straight.
Heck of a player.
But Bryson's pretty straight, too, for as far as he hits it. I saw him at Pinehurst not too far from here last year, and, of course, we know what happened away with the championship.
Yes, we do. Who's there now? Is that too much dormant grass for you to putt through? Do you like that?
You know, it all depends on the lie. I personally liked to chip and pitch the ball, and I was always pretty good at that. So I would always lean towards that. But if there was ever any question, I never have a problem with somebody putting. But for amateurs, like mid to high handicappers, you should always keep it on the ground. You should hardly ever try to loft it.
Who's there's a freshman, 18 years old, a biology and pre-med freshman, major, excuse me. As we see more rain coming.
And they're not going to stop. There's no lightning in this, so they will be playing. It's pesky conditions, but that's just part of golf. It's an outdoor sport, so with that comes the inclement weather and having to deal with it. And I like it. I think it's days like this are help you form your mettle as a champion.
Dalton Chuba from Chattanooga.
Let's see if he can make a birdie here. Pretty easy putt to read. Wow, that is a good effort.
22-year-old senior. Engineering major. It says ball striking is the strength of his game.
Obviously, with that shot down the hill, because he got a bad break with a big, hard hop. He had to like that one in the air. Kessler made bogey.
So bogey not good for the Loyola University of Maryland.
Yeah,
they now trail by a couple.
Yeah, they have their work cut out. There's a nice save right there. Important thing to try to do in these is, if you can, you just really got to try to keep your clubs as dry as you can. You're going to get wet, but try to keep those grips and clubs dry.
Grips more important than the club head?
Yes. Oh God, yeah, absolutely.
How would you do that?
I would keep the umbrella over the bag so that nothing gets down in there.
As we take a look at the leaderboard, got the University of Tennessee Chattanooga at 8 under, leading by a couple. Loyola University of Maryland at 6 with Elon University. 3 under is George Mason University. Seton Hall is actually 1 under par. They're currently sole possession of 5th place. Keep on going down the leaderboard. You see University of South Dakota not in terrible shape. They're currently sole 6th.
Pay attention in college golf. I mean, it may look like, okay, they're 17 shots down. You can have huge swings when you're counting 4 scores, and a couple of players make bogeys on one team versus a couple of players make other birdies on the other. The pendulum in college golf can swing wildly, so no lead is really safe in college golf on the team aspect.
There's the second Loyola University, that from Chicago. They're actually 13 over, with Ohio University at 14, St. Bonaventure's and Towson University in 20th spot. Let's take a look at the 8th hole while we're on this hole right now and toss it to our friend Steve Scott.
All right, so this is downhill, like I said, the 8th hole, par 3. This is just beautiful Donald Ross. On every Donald Ross, this is about 175 yards down the hill, and you can see what I'm talking about. Look over the green, Dave. No. If I could draw on this, I'd put a big X over that green. And Donald Ross always has a short par 3. He has 2 medium-range par 3s and 1 really long par 3. And this is that medium range one with a tiny target that you have to be so precise on. That's what's so great about all the varying things that he does in all his designs. So whenever you play a Donald Ross golf course, you're going to get that mix of par 3s, I can guarantee you.
And you think you're going to get a breather on that short par 3?
No. That's oftentimes that's one of the hardest holes on the golf course. There's one in where we played the Northeast Amateur in Wannamoysit. It was like the 3rd or 4th hole. It was 120 yards, and it was the hardest par 3 on the golf course.
Love it when that happens. There's so many great. The postage stamp at Troon. You got the 7th. These are not Donald Ross designs, but you got the 7th at Pebble Beach. If we take a look at the history of Mid Pines, Donald Ross designed the original 36-hole plan in 1921, but only 18 were built. The course was designed to fit perfectly into the natural landscape, something that Ross does all the time, or did. In 2013, restored by Kyle Franz, who won the Best U.S. Resort Renovation and Restoration of the Year, and he brought it back to 1921, brought it back to Donald Ross. Right now it's considered pure Donald Ross. So if you play Mid Pines, you're playing the Masters course the way the master laid it out.
And that's what so many of these great designers, when they come in and they restore them back, and that's really, they open things up a lot of times, and that's really one of the things going on with a lot of Ross courses, in particular in the Carolinas area. And when you can get back to his work, it stands the test of time. And that's what, the distance and the onslaught of distance in the game, no question about it, it affects some of these golf courses, but Ross's integrity of his design still stand up time and time again, just because of the quality of his architecture and what he was able to do. He was a genius for sure.
I want to expand not just the man who designed but also Julius Burrows, World Golf Hall of Fame member, who was part of the initial group to buy Mid Pines Inn and create a golf course.
See, I learned
restored
that.
as well.
I'm learning that.
It's
You're teaching
special.
me. I like this.
And then Peggy Kirk Bell, as a North Carolinian, you understand her impact to golf in general in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Pat McGowan, her son-in-law, is now still part of the management, the lead instructor at Mid Pines, tour player. There's just so much great history, those who understand how to do things right in the game of golf, that are involved with Mid Pines and the entire area, but Mid Pines in particular. It's a very special place.
It is. Well, if you can ever get to Pinehurst and vacation, if you're a golfer, there's no better golf vacation. I mean, it's Disneyland for a golfer. It really is. I mean, you've got so many great venues, this amongst them, and this, of course, with Pine Needles right there as part of this, it's incredible. They have, I can think of 12 golf courses that are, not all of them are Donald Ross. I would say 6 to 7 of them are that I would put in the top 50 of courses I've ever played, and they're all right here in this area. So, again, sometimes in the summer it can get a little warm. That's okay. Golfers don't mind it being warm, but it is a beautiful place to have a golf vacation.
Let's go to 7 green. David Fuhr from George Mason. Host team.
This is one of the tougher holes on the golf course. This is an uphill par 4 and really hard to hit this green. And that'll be a so-so chip. I think he'll call that average. Could do a little better from there.
Maybe so, but a 19-year-old freshman out here playing in this important tournament as one of the members of the host team, George Mason, currently at 3 under, just 5 shots back, like you mentioned. That can vanish in a hurry, that deficit.
Absolutely.
David coming off a pair of birdies at 5 and 6. He had a nice opening round, even par 72. So he's 2 under on his tournament currently.
And you can see the tee down below there, uphill the whole way. Gentle slope from left to right from the tee.
And the green is the same way, Tripp. It's the same way. It's a left to right, kind of back left to front right slope here at 7.
And, Steve, how many of these greens have that, the Pinehurst turtle, if you call it that? You know how they're crowned. This one looks like it has it in the back portion of it where, it makes these greens even smaller with these crowns around them, doesn't it?
Yeah, there are fall-offs everywhere around these greens, and with the dormant Bermuda rough or fairway around, it makes it played much smaller. The ball wants to funnel off a lot more from the greens, and this one's going to be from right to left breaking.
It's Camden Bradich from Chattanooga. The leaders currently by 3 shots now at 8 under par. That's...
Yeah, like I said, if you asked me the 3 best teams coming in, I would have definitely said Chattanooga. They have a really quality program and things going in the right direction for the Mocs.
Now here's one of these putts, guys. It's got a big left to right slider in it. This ball has to come in. If this was a clock face, it would come in at about 8 o'clock on the dial.
That's a great way to look at it, isn't it, Steve? Where when you have a breaking putt, move the center of the hole to where it's going to enter, right?
Oh, it's so easy, and then that putt was missed low right there. It's so easy. It seems like every player misses those putts on the low side because the eye for a right-handed player just doesn't look high enough on the break.
Exactly. The better putters seem to find the high line more times than not.
Julius, a 19-year-old freshman, business major from Bonn, Germany. Rory McIlroy is his idol. His dream foursome is Rory McIlroy. Nobody else is even on. I imagine he'd play with him, but.
Well, the international onslaught's in effect. About 25% of collegiate golfers on the men's side are international players, and it's increasing. And on the ladies' side, it's about 34% right now. So the international players are certainly having an impact in the United States at the collegiate level.
Another German. This is out of Berlin, Jackson Roman. Jackson is a senior at Loyola University, Maryland. Marketing major. Not high enough.
Yeah, the ball just takes a big left-hand turn from that side right there. These greens have a lot of pitch to them. You said earlier about how the greens have the Donald Ross characteristics, and the slopes here, the percentages of slopes here are 3-4% almost all the way around. It feels like it's hard to get a flat putt.
Yeah, you never seem to have a flat one. It's uphill, downhill with lots of break around them. I love it, though. I think it's good for your imagination.
I think that's the beautiful challenge, though, of this golf course, being a little on the shorter side, although it's playing a little longer today with the cold weather. But, the shorter nature of this golf course, you have to have a defense, and the greens are definitely that. This is the straight up the draw sort of putt right here. This is the one where you would love to just kind of look at the back of the cup and bang it right in the back of the hole. This is where you want to visualize the ball kind of hitting the dirt on the back edge of the hole with that sort of speed to it.
And let's see if Dave can do that. Well, he didn't hit the back of the dirt, but he found the dirt at the bottom.
Good place to find your golf ball.
Yep.
As we go to number 8. Excuse me, the 9th.
And this is a short par 4, so look for guys, if they can get their wedges under control, they're going to have a short iron in, so they should be able to attack this whole location.
And not quite 350. They're not thinking about driving this one, right, with it scraped the hole.
Well, some of the guys, if it warms up, I guarantee you could do it, but it does bend to the right. It's kind of got a dog leg to the right, so it'd be tough to get it up around that green. But nowadays, I don't put anything past with the power elements in the game. It's just remarkable.
Dalton Schuba hammered that up the hill. Didn't quite have enough speed, but makes his 4. Who's there, Mirza? This is a par putt for man from the host team. Hit it long.
There you go.
Back, made his birdie from underneath the hole. You mentioned it. Much rather be.
That was for par.
Excuse me, that's a par putt right there.
Yeah, point at the camera. You got it. Yeah, show it up. That away.
How often are you going to get a chance to do
that on tour? You give a little tip cap there, a little tip of the cap. But you do it for birdies more than you do it for par.
Got it.
Yeah.
You see the difference in the speed and the stroke.
Well, I like this setup. I really like it. Parallel with the arms, the shaft going right up the forearms. And guess what? Stroke followed suit. Well done there. I assume that's a birdie. That's what you expect when you stand on a hole that's 350 yards.
This is Garrett Kessler for his par.
Got him.
Good putting on this hole.
Yeah.
All right, Sonny.
It looks like the rain has lightened up, so that's good. Good news for the players.
And they're taking the Tripp Isenhour advice with the...
Yeah, see, that's what you do. You stick the umbrella in there and make sure that you can get wet. That's fine. You can dry off, but it's tough to get those grips dry. Now, back here at the par 3/8.
And guys, this green is harder to hold than a frightened cat here. 179 yards downhill, a little downwind. You got a green that runs away from you. That front right bunker definitely comes into play. 170 covers that, and you got about 7 downhill from the tee. lots of things to factor in here to get this distance control right.
Ethan Whitaker, 19-year-old freshman.
Didn't see it land.
Didn't see it land. We didn't either. It's not on the green, so
yeah, that's going to be in the front right bunker, guys.
Right bunker, much better than being over, though, right, Steve?
It is. You don't want any part over this green. It falls way down, 6-7 feet below the surface of the green. The front bunker, you have a little bit of room to work with as long as the lie is reasonable. But again, this 50-some-odd degree weather with the rain intermittent, wind gusts coming up and blowing down. There's just so many things. There's 5-6 things you have to factor in to get this yardage right here. It's I think that's why you're seeing all these players just have a real tough time hitting this one.
Club of choice, mainly a 7-iron. That's what this one looks like.
Yeah, I think 7 at the most. I think the bigger hitters can hoist an 8 as high as they can. That one's going to catch the front right portion of the green.
Yeah, it's getting better by the second. That's just fine. Flag high just pushed it a little bit. That's a makeable putt.
This is Lang from Toledo.
This green really requires that kind of super high launch we saw at the Arnold Palmer Invitational, like on the 17th hole this last week. I mean, you've got to hit it really high and really soft, and that's the shot du jour here at 8.
Oh, wow. There you go. Just landed right on the front, right below the hole there. It's one of the best shots we've seen there at 8.
It's on a roll right now, Julius is. Made a couple of birdies in his last 3 holes, just coming off of a par at the 7th. He made 3 on this hole in the morning round. Again, format is 54 holes. Shotgun start today, 36 holes. They played their 18, went right back out, continued playing tomorrow. Starting times, the final 18, and crowning a champion of the Babygrande Donald Ross Invitational. Are you a trolley guy or a throw it over your shoulder
Nobody used trolleys when I was coming through. Everybody carried the bag. And back then, bag stands had just started coming into it. Mostly our bags were, you laid them on the ground.
Yeah.
In those days. So bag stands just started as I was about to turn pro. So didn't get the benefit of any of the luxuries that these young men have today. Trackmans and balls that go very, very far and all those things. You know, the one thing about the technology is I was talking to actually Ryan Palmer yesterday or Saturday in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and he was saying that the technology just makes these young men, they're so ready, they're dialed in when they get to the higher level because they've got all the numbers. They know exactly what every club does and exactly how to do it. It's impressive.
Then there's some artistry and there's some heart and some creativity and all that.
Those are the intangibles for sure.
Jack and Bobby Jones and Ben Hogan and all those players. You take a look at the leaderboard currently, 8 under is the lead. And that is the University of Tennessee Chattanooga has not yet won the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Twice it's been won in the 4 years it's been competed by Loyola University of Maryland. Once by Seton Hall. That was the second time they held this collegiate invitational. And the third winner of this championship, this tournament, was back in 2023, South Florida. Won with an 849. Looks like that was 15 under par that year.
Go ahead.
Back to the 8th. And this is Cameron Bradich from Chattanooga. Sophomore, political science, public services, American politics. Said he had 2 heroes growing up. And those would be my parents. They've inspired me to do all that I can do and have led to the person I am today.
As long as the lie is good, this should not be that difficult of a bunker shot.
He says his short game is the best part of his game. Let's see.
Well, yeah, good job. He's did exactly what you needed to do there.
He said, I'm known for being great around the greens. Is that a great shot right there? Is
I
that
like it.
Fit?
That was, I would call that very good. I don't know about great. I think great would be holding it, but
there you go.
You can't win them all.
He chose Chattanooga because of the culture that Coach Woodruff fostered and the opportunity to play for and learn from one of the best coaches in college golf. As now we turn to Jackson Roman from defending champion Loyola Marymount.
He knows kissing up to the coach doesn't necessarily help, does he?
I don't know that he knows that yet. He's sophomore.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm just saying, kissing up to the coach, that doesn't necessarily get you a spot. I tried it.
So you got to throw those numbers out there, don't you? You didn't need to kiss up to anybody in college, boy. You were a heck of an amateur player.
All right, now he might be standing a little close to it. And stance is a little open, and that's what you would expect, the ball to be spinning towards the right. That's well done. Good sound, good acoustic on that bunker shot.
Best part of his game, bogey avoidance. He may do that just right here.
He's got a difficult putt to read, so we'll see if he can keep that stat alive.
David Fuhr from George Mason will be next to play.
Putting across the screen, looking at the green map, it looks like this putt's going to be breaking to his left the whole way. Oh, this is the other putt. So this putt will be breaking to his right for Fuhr.
George Mason sneaking up that leaderboard, and Dave Fuhr, one of the reasons, 2 birdies in his last 3 holes. He's made a 4 on each of his holes on this this 18.
You start feeling it when you get those feels. You just got to run with it and take advantage of as much as you can. Look at the roll on that. That is beautiful. Well, that is a little aggressive though. You don't want to leave yourself a lot of those 4-footers on these greens.
If you hit it that hard, miss it low, and it goes that far past, it means you did not really choose a beneficial line.
All right, now Lang, 1 under par for the tournament, tied for 10th. I think we can improve upon that. This is a pretty easy putt to read. There's no mystery in what this putt does. Very little break, and what's there should go to his left.
Made par here in the morning round.
Just didn't get it out there far enough.
Lang stays 1 under for the afternoon. He was also 1 under in the morning.
Looked like he hit it where he wanted, though, and that's one of the things you got to keep telling yourself that, okay, I just misread that one. I'm not going to misread them all. I'm going to get some right. If I'm hitting it where I'm looking, that's with the speed that we want. That's a good sign, and that's part of the mental game, is keeping yourself, in a positive frame of mind no matter what result comes. Golf is this great temptress that wants to get us to always lean towards the negative and beat ourselves up and just get us down on ourselves and down on our game. But you know what? You can overcome it.
I always listen to her. I'm always following the Tetris.
Mr. Marr. Yes, yes, yes.
Jackson Roman from Loyola Marymount.
This would be a great up and down right here. This putt will break a little bit to the right. There we go. Nice save right there.
Very nice.
That's what your coach wants to see. All right, now let's see if Fuhrer can get out of here unscathed. You really would not want to walk out of here with a bogey after that tee shot. But again, he's playing well. I like his chances. And if there's any good thing about running it by this far, at least you saw what it did when it went by. So no mystery as to what it does coming back. Now just execute your routine. And that was left the whole way. Needed to be on the right edge. I think he started it in the center. Didn't look like a bad stroke. Now Brady. These are the kind you got to practice. You just can't. You've got to be infallible inside about 5-6 feet. Best putters on tour, they move their circle out to about 8.5 feet is where they're infallible. But at the collegiate level, you're infallible from. Oh, that was a poor stroke. Just kind of decelled on it and wiped across it a little bit, and the result is a 4.
Josie Slang on the tee at 9.
Yeah, like I said, see that green is way over there to the right. They could probably easily carry it there, but there's just too many tall trees to even try it. So just hit an iron out here straight away. You can move it a little bit to the right, but really what you want to be doing is try to lay up to your number. A tour player here in this situation would be, they would have a go-to number with each one of their scoring clubs, one of their wedges, and they would hit it off the tee purposefully to try to get it right to that number. And obviously you want to get it the closest to the green you can for that number. And you can see the dog leg. You can see how big a dog leg that is.
And back to the tee is Jackson Roman. Again from Loyola Marymount. Excuse me, Loyola University, Maryland. Jackson even in the afternoon. He was 4 under in the morning, so 4 under total.
He's lying left, so I think he'd want to fade this. That's kind of what that swing looked like. Good looking balanced swing right there. I like it. The result should be good. Oh my. Pushed it a little further than he would want. On a position hole, that's something that'll drive you crazy. Well, it'll drive the coach crazy, that's for sure. Now Fuhrer from George Mason coming off that bogey.
Made bogey at 8 to drop to 1 under in his afternoon round. And during the morning round, shot an even par, so he is 1 under total.
Yeah, that was just sloppy bogey there from him. But that's why they have bounce backs, Dave. And that's why we're here.
I'm always impressed when players this young can bounce back. Forget the negativity. This is a 19-year-old freshman, and it's not a shot we've seen from him so far today. You see
over there in the right
penalty area, red marker. Not sure that it's in it, but it's over in that direction. Now Camden Bradich.
Well, he likes it. His playing partner likes it. And why not?
I like his consistency. The man's made 5 birdies so far in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Only 1 bogey if we look at the 9th from the air.
And the 9th, only 325 yards right now, but you can see this stand of trees. The green's right over there. I know the players would just be chomping at the bit to be getting a driver or 3-wood, but they've got that tee up there where you can't quite do that. So you just aim at this bunker out here on the left and position it right about there in the bottom of your screen, and that's going to leave you, you know, some anywhere between 70 and about 120 yards into this green. You don't want to get too close to it either, because then you can't really spin it to this whole location. It's 12 steps on, or excuse me, 7 steps on and 7 from the left. So it's on the front left. A lot of slope in this green from that left bunker all the way down to the back right of this green. So this is one you really should be thinking 3 on from the tee.
On the tee at 8.
I imagine that wind doesn't, it looks like it's laid down a little. It looked like it was up, and now it looks like it's kind of laid back down.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tripp. It's really just kind of fluctuating up and down. Right now, it's kind of no more than 5 or 7 miles an hour at all. The trees aren't really doing anything at the tippy tops of it, so makes it fractionally easier. But again, this hole is, you know, it's a little downwind, whatever wind there is, and green runs away. It's just a shot of mere trajectory that you have to really isolate out of your game right here and launch it high.
He's got an upright practice swing and looking like he's trying to get that club going left through impact, Steve.
You'd be upright too if you were 6'2" or 3.
True. That's true.
As an 18-year-old freshman, this is Vaughn McKeens.
That's well left. No, that's there. That's fine.
A couple over on the afternoon, Vaughn is.
They can to hit this ball on the green here.
I must have been following this ball on my lens.
These players really have to flirt with that front bunker though if they want to even think about getting this one within 15 or 20 feet. I mean, that back of the green, that's about as good as they can hope for if they pitch it anywhere near the hole.
Yeah, I can't see somebody getting it short of this hole between the bunker and the hole, Steve.
Well, the miss here is kind of short left. You have an okay kind of putt from the left fringe. That's kind of where you want to miss it if you miss it here. You'd love to be able to hit maybe a 3-yard fade into this one to get maximum spin.
Ethan having a tough stretch, 3 over in his morning round. He's currently 3 over today. In the afternoon, only through 7 holes, 6 holes today. Double bogey in the second hole of the afternoon, the third hole. And a couple more bogeys and a birdie as we go to the 9th. David Fuhrer from George Mason.
All right, I don't think he can go up. He's got to keep this down, the trees. He's got to, oh, he tries to go left and cut it around the trees. So let's see how he did. Oh, yeah, very nice. Well played there. Nice little fade. Didn't even worry about any trees.
Michael Crowley from Loyola, Maryland. He's at the 8th tee. Michael made a double on the 4th. He's 2 over in his afternoon round. Not a bad morning. Couple under. Shot 70. Currently even par for the tournament as we go back to Brady for his second shot at 9.
Looks like he was looking a little left, and that's exactly where you wanted, and let it feed down. Well done there. Now that is a quality wedge shot. That's what you expect to see out of these collegiate golfers.
Mason Deal from Toledo.
Just heading a little left of the hole.
Back to the 8th. Julius Lang, also from Toledo.
He's got 2 good targets up there to look at. All right.
Currently better afternoon than the morning for Julius.
Could get better there. That's good look there at the 9th.
1 under in the afternoon. In the morning, he was 4 over. See, there's 2 great shots up there on the green. Jackson Roman, his second shot at 8.
Got to make sure you get the ball clean here. He's just got a wedge, so the lip's not really an issue. Look to get it clean. There you go, 4 good shots. That's what you want on a 325-yard hole. You ought to have that hole surrounded after your second shots, and that's exactly what they did. Nice to wrap up the umbrella. Don't have to worry about that.
You're watching the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate as we go down to Steve with a special guest.
Yeah, back down there with Coach Ria Scott from the University of Virginia. Now, Coach, I know this is an individual game that we play largely, but in the college sport, it's a team game. How do you navigate between those 2 factors of golf?
I mean, that's what makes college golf really fun, right? It's probably the only time in your life where you get to play team golf. In and out with your teammates every single day. Some other teams that you might play on, whether it's your state team or your national team, you're not with each other day in and day out.
University of Tennessee, Chattanooga with a 4-shot lead currently as a team over Loyola University of Maryland. Loyola University of Maryland, the winner of the first and the most recent Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate tournaments. You have Elon University currently at even par. They're 8 shots back, but again, as Tripp Isenhour said, that can change quickly when 4 scores are being counted. Seton Hall won the second edition of this tournament. Bowling Green State University, 5 over par, tied there with Xavier. We have College of William and Mary, currently just outside the top 10 with St. John's University in New York. Georgetown University, some great institutions of higher learning and terrific athletic accomplishments and legacies. University of Dayton, the Flyers, the hometown of Orville and Wilbur Wright, Dayton, Ohio is, and the Loyola University of Chicago as well. As we go back to Ethan Whitaker at the 8th green, he's from Chattanooga.
Looked to have that ball back in the stance a little more than I would think in that shot, but he knew what he was doing.
That he did. Ethan's morning score didn't count. He was 3 over in the morning. He is currently 3 over in the afternoon. How important individually is it for players, these college students, to not be the guy whose score does not count?
Well, you know, that's exactly what you want to be, the guy that always counted. But I tell you where you gain a lot of respect from your teammates is if you struggle early on a day. You know, you're 3, 4, 5 over par, and you fight back, and you end up being one of the guys that fights his way back for the team. That's what you want as a teammate, as a guy who never gives up, who always grinds it out. Those are the teammates that you want to have in the trenches with you.
Love it. This is Jackson Roman from Loyola University, Maryland. Jackson, low score for his team, 4 under par this morning, even par now.
And that'll be a 3, no problem. So good 3 there.
Good tournament so far.
Yeah.
A senior, he's from Berlin, clearly a Patriots fan. He's a big fan of Tom Brady's. He loves what Brady does, his dream foursome, Tiger, Brady, and Gronk. I'm not sure. Do I want to see Gronk on a golf course?
I think it'd be entertaining.
Probably so. Anywhere. How about this next putt we're going to see?
Yeah.
We'll be back in a moment. Almost as slick at the 9th coming down the hill.
Yeah, down the hill, breaking to the left. Watch how fast this one. This is on the fast side of the hole, so got to match line and speed. Get it out there, you know, a good foot and a half, and then just let it fall down to the left. Just like that. That looks really good right there. Oh, you can see just
right at the end.
So easy to do that.
Back at the 8th, McMeems, that downhill putt. He's from George Mason.
Yeah, rides across the slope there, and he just didn't get it up there high enough along that first part of that putt. And that's got about 3.5 feet in it, so going to need his full attention coming up to save par.
Absolutely. Now Julius Lang for birdie at 9.
All right, we had 4 shots in there. We've got 1 gone. We got to get one birdie out of this. I mean, when you got the hole surrounded, you got to walk out of here with 1 birdie.
You got one coming back up the hill that's a little bit easier in the front. We'll see.
Now, this is a pretty easy putt. This is where you would want to putt from. This side of the hole, putting back up the hill. What breaks there is going to the left. For right-handers, that's what we want. He did everything he could do.
Just stayed out.
Boy, that's where you want to see your putts missing if they miss. Right on the high side, carrying the right kind of speed.
This was a moment ago. McMeems a moment ago.
Oh, no sweat par.
No sweat at all.
Okay, breaking right to left. Beautiful shot. He came down the slope to leave him here. And too far.
Gave it too much.
Yeah, gave it too much. That one's just a misread. Again, when you're hitting them the way you want, that's all you can do. All right, we got one last chance. Now Whitaker for his par out of the bunker. That hopped on him a little bit, but still hit it so good that it didn't affect it. Good up and down there. All right, our last chance, David.
We're going to make it?
Our last chance.
He makes. What's it going to do?
It's left to right. He's got to get it a ball and a half out and just get it carrying the right speed to match that line, and you walk out of here and make me look good as an analyst.
Never had the line.
Nope, never got it out there far enough because that was carrying plenty of speed.
I still think you look pretty good as an analyst.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you're right. Now you really have to make this par putt, right?
Oh, yeah.
You had that birdie putt.
He'll make this one. This is not a problem. This is, 2.5 feet. Should be. This is when you throw back to your buddies because it's going in most of the time.
Short hole. You look at it in the scorecard. You're thinking, I'm going to make 3 there. Those.
Well, they did everything
shots.
they could, except they just didn't bring the putter along to the bar.
Had shots at it. And speaking of having a shot, we got a shot chance right now to speak with Steve Scott.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Coach Ria Scott here from the University of Virginia. Now, Coach, in the game of golf here, in this collegiate game, it is a team game, but it's also an individual game. How do you balance the personalities that you face at University of Virginia with your players?
So we get players from all over the country, all over the world in college golf. It's really one of those fun challenges for me as a coach to balance, how they grew up playing this game, how they grew up practicing, and then fitting that into the team environment. So we balance a little bit of individual and teamwork into our practices, and we really do take a lot of pride in respecting what everybody does and the things that make them unique and special, and we want to maintain those things, certainly, while integrating them into that team culture.
Now, very often you will walk with the players, maybe an individual player during a tournament round. How do you decide who you walk with and when?
Actually, this group this year is really, really independent. I'll only walk with them when they ask, "Hey, coach, can I get a little walk here?" Maybe take their mind off of some things if they're not thinking about the right things. But truly, we do a lot of our preparation in practice and in the practice rounds. So we let them go as much as possible during the tournaments, and my job is to clap and encourage as much as possible.
Well, a lot of good encouragement from you, and we're seeing a lot of great golf today. Back to you guys.
Lots of great golf today indeed, Steve. Really appreciate the insight from both of you as we go to the 9th hole. Michael Crowley on the tee.
That looked like a good pass at it right there. It shouldn't be a problem. Maybe a little further left than he wanted. Not the best of angles to the front left hole location, but still going to have a short iron, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now Whitaker on the tee would like about 15 yards right of that, same distance. Aiming point is right about the middle left of that bunker. Pick a tree right in line with that and let it go. If you want to work it right off that, that's fine. Yep, position A right there.
Vaughn McMeans from George Mason.
Patriots out of the Atlantic 10 conference. There are a number of Atlantic 10 teams here. Their conference championship, of course, will be quite competitive. Oh, you see the quick step like that? When you do that, that means it's right where you were aiming, and that's probably about right where he was aiming.
Love it. George Mason's a team currently trails by 6. This is Mason Deal from Toledo, University of Toledo. At 8 over, they trail by 16. Mason's already made a birdie today. He's got a couple of bogeys, though, so he's 1 over on his afternoon round. Had a tough early round, shot 80. His was the score that did not count for Toledo.
Yeah, that's position A.
Beautiful backdrop to this Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. As the Mid-Pines Inn, Mid-Pines Golf Course that Donald Ross designed, shows University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, with a 4-shot lead over defending champion Loyola University of Maryland. George Mason, the host, is 6 shots back. Elon and past champion Seton Hall University, both at even par. Bowling Green, Xavier at 5 over. South Dakota, 6 over. ODU, Old Dominion, 7 over. University of Toledo, as I mentioned, has moved inside the top 10. They're at 8 over par for a team here in the, I guess we're not about a round and a half done in this 36-hole day. How about Ethan Whitaker's lie? It was where he wanted to be in terms of the position on the hole, but not right here.
You know, there's all this talk about if you're in a divot in a fairway that it should be ground under repair. I'm kind of agnostic on that. I could see that side of it. I certainly think that there is an argument for that you should get rewarded for being in the short grass. But look, it's been a part of the game forever. I would also, like I said, I'm agnostic. I would be fine with leaving it, but just one of those poor breaks. I would rather be in a divot like this than one filled with sand.
Okay.
I think the ones, well, because it's like a mini bunker shot. This one, you got to go down and dig, and you don't have to worry about any sand popping up between the ball and that. If you hit it a little bit not so flush, like if you hit this a smidge behind it, you're still going to get a clean contact on the ball. You hit a smidge behind with the sand rides up between the ball and the face, and then the ball goes not the right distance. So these divots are, exactly what you got to do. You got to go down and get the ball first, and as I said, there's a little more margin for error here versus a sand-filled divot.
Well, forgive me for being too much old school, but in my dad's day when he was playing the tour, that was a good lie.
Yeah, well, that's true. No, you're exactly right. I mean, the agronomy is another aspect of why the scores are so much better on a consistent basis. Is the level of agronomy in the game. The greens are more consistent. The fairways are more consistent. you know, all of that certainly helps. All these players, you know, should reap the benefits of that. But that was a beautiful shot out of that divot.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
And again, so you've got to go down there, hit the ball first.
Yeah, and he did. He went down, dug after it.
Meanwhile, McMeems
swinging confidently. I like the way he looks. He plays quickly. He plays with confidence. You know, 2 over par. We can get a couple of birdies and start right here at the 9th. Take advantage of this hole, especially take advantage of this tee shot.
1 over in the morning, a couple over, a little club spin.
We got a club twirl out of it, and that means it was right at it, but just not the right distance.
Back at the 8th, this is J.J. Powell. He's from the host university, George Mason. J.J. is even on his afternoon round. Made a birdie at number 2, doubled the 3rd. Got it back with a birdie at number 5. J.J. had a tough morning, though, 76, 78, 6 over par. His score did not count.
That's fine right there. That is going to leave a nice look at birdie. Pretty straightforward putt.
Back at the 9th, this would be Michael Crowley's second.
Nice little 3/4 motion there. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Oh, man, that just hop forward, took all the spin, what was on it, off.
Crowley has all pars in the afternoon except for a double at number 4. Now we're back with Mason Deal from Toledo.
Lucky not to be in that bunker. That's going to be on the green, but uphill. That's the good news.
Yeah, just a little smattering of rain coming down now, gentlemen.
And is the wind's pretty much gone, isn't it, Steve?
It is. It's just a day, though. It still is not, you're still not feeling your hands that well, and that's not going to change for the remainder of this day.
Dustin Stocksdale was 4 over in the morning. He's 3 under in the afternoon through 7 holes. Started at the first. Birdied his last 2 holes. Dustin's on a bit of a tear.
He landed that just over the bunker, too, and pretty good shot right there, honestly.
19-year-old sophomore out of Ellicott City, Maryland. Communications major. Now C.J. Van Wyck. He's from Toledo. University of Toledo, excuse me. Actually from George, South Africa. Where they have fan court.
Yeah, fan court. I played there when I played in South Africa when I first turned pro. Beautiful 36-hole facility there. Just a absolutely gorgeous golf course there at fan court.
Was there with a late South African golfer named John Bland, who was one of the most
Blandy. I knew Blandy well.
Wonderful people you will ever meet in our wonderful game.
Yeah, Superman. He was fun to play. I played with him a lot that year. I was over there, actually. Actually made a hole-in-one on the tour with him.
With Blandy.
Yeah, he was great. Guy could play, too.
Guy could play. Rookie of the Year on PGA Tour Champions.
Yes.
Didn't play much PGA Tour. Played the Open Championship when he could, but a legend in South Africa, and for good reason. To the green at 9, we've got 4 birdie putts. Looks like Mason Deal might be first.
Yeah.
Calling this a birdie putt?
Yeah, it is. But, you know, we're going to have 4 kind of lengthy putts, and probably one of these guys will make it after we've seen the group before where they all had it surrounded and nobody made it. Just get your speed right here. And he looks to have done that. So, walk out of here with a 4. No harm, no foul. But when you're standing on that tee, you're certainly thinking 3.
So Mason points out he's one of only 2 Americans on the team. The team, University of Toledo, their home course, Inverness.
Oh, wow.
So there are some players from overseas that say, you know what, I think I could probably play that on a regular basis. Now McMeems from George Mason.
The LPGA plays a tournament or a course there, the Dana Open. They play can't think of the name of the golf course, but it is a wonderful golf course. So I'm sure they get to play over there as well.
McMeans is from Leesburg, Virginia. 18-year-old freshman, already has his major. Sports management. Well, didn't manage that putt very well. Hold on. Still make 4.
Yeah, sports management industry in the golf part is going to change quite a bit with NIL and all this new roster limits and everything else going on. They're going to be actually Kieran Von Wyk from College of Charleston played well in Puerto Rico, and he already has an agent. And
wow.
He's a senior at the college. He is a very good player, by the way. Played well, was in the last group on Sunday. And you're going to see more and more of that. These college kids having agents. And the world of college athletics is certainly in flux and changing rapidly.
It is, as we watch Crowley, who made 4 birdies in the morning round. No birdies in the afternoon, just 1 double bogey. Couple under in the morning, couple over in the afternoon, and just
boy, that was a great look right there. Those are the kind where you got to give yourself a pat on the back and say, look, I'm doing everything right. A couple of these are going to drop for me.
Easy to do that after you miss a putt at the age that Crowley is currently, which, when you end up 23 years old,
yeah,
you just want to see birdie drop, birdie drop, birdie drop. Ethan Whitaker from Chattanooga.
Now, this one will break to his left, but it's back uphill, so be aggressive. This is easy to come up short here. That's not going to come up short. Or yes, it is.
Wow, you're not kidding. It's easy to come up short.
God, that looked like it was carrying tons of speed, and that hill just eats it up. That's going to leave a lot more for his par. Not the best read. So Deal's got a big deal left for par.
J.J. Powell from George Mason.
Seen a number of.
And this
these.
might be a.
Go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say this. This is a record since I've been out here watching this hole. All 4 players hit the green in regulation here. This is just a little postage stamp of a green, but 4 birdie looks here.
Dustin Stocksdale will be next to play.
A little slippery one. Down the hill's going to move to his right ever so slightly. Really good approach shot in here, though.
Boom, there we go. We finally see a birdie. All right.
He says his putter is his strength of his game because he says he has, quote, irrational confidence. I like that.
Hey,
irrational
I love to hear that.
He also says his teammate, Jackson Roman, who we've seen today, is the Novak Djokovic of ping pong.
Really? We might have to get him playing Matt Kuchar.
Now from Chattanooga, this is Braden Ware.
See if you can bottle some of that irrational confidence.
And market it.
You have to have some irrationality with your confidence in this game.
To even play this game, you got to be irrational.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need it just with the putter, do you, Steve?
I think you just got to be nuts.
Well, we are nuts for sure.
Well, if you're not when you start, you will be when you finish.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
Okay, No 3-putt there. That first putt wasn't his best, but
that was C.J. Van Wyck, who's 1 under, stays 1 under for the afternoon round. C.J. was 4 over in the morning. J.J. Powell making his putt. George Mason's and J.J. Powell. George Mason stuck kind of in 3rd position. J.J., though, in the morning did not find himself or his score counting. Shot 78, 6 over par. Currently, though, J.J. has a couple of birdies and a double bogey in the afternoon, even par on his round for his second 18. George Mason's currently 4 under as a team, a couple shots behind Loyola University from Maryland, and now 8 shots back of University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. So Chattanooga with a 6-shot lead. They're opening up a little bit of a stretch. This is the 5th Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Let's take a closer look at that leaderboard. Again, up at the top is University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, defending champions, 6 back, 2 back of them, is the host of this year's tournament. 4 back of George Mason, the hosts, is the 2022 champion, Seton Hall University team. Elon had the lead to start the day, currently 16 shots back. Again, go up or down the leaderboard very, very quickly. Starting to pull away from the pack is the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, but you see 6 to 8 holes is where they are. They're not got plenty of time here. George Mason on the tee. Samir Davidoff. Now we've seen all of the schools paired together in the format of these foursomes with 1 player from George Mason, 1 from Chattanooga, 1 from Loyola, Maryland, and 1 from Toledo. We've seen the other 4. This is the 5th grouping of those players. Haven't seen them yet, so Samir for the first time.
Well, he seems to like it. I heard good swing. And yeah, it was all over the flag, but you can see exactly what Steve was talking about there.
Tripp, do you put the last guys off? Samir is 1 under on his afternoon round. He was 6 under in the morning. Clearly one of the better players. Do you put your better players off last?
Oh, the better players usually go last, yeah.
And in the shotgun start, trying to start him at the first hole, which they've done right now. Now from Chattanooga, Garrett Engel.
Wow, look at that grip. He's got his left finger down the left-hand side, split grip. That is an unusual action and motion. I like it. It's homemade.
I was going to say.
Look at this grip. There you go. You can see. So the left hand he's got the one index finger going down the left-hand side, and then the right hand fully on the club. Anything that works, I tell you what. And some of these homemade actions like that, they deliver great results.
How's this for working? Shot 2 under in the morning, has 4 birdies and 6 holes so far in the afternoon.
Yeah, I love it.
This is Gustavo Rangel, Loyola, Maryland.
And there you can see how tough it is to stop it below. 3 really good shots, though. All of those right all over the flag. Let's see if we can get complete the quadrant, if we will, here.
Gustavo, a couple under in the morning, 1 under in the afternoon. Steve?
Yeah, for sure. I think going back to that grip you mentioned, I think it really leads to the self-belief that one has with their action, right? It's not about how you do it all the time. It's about how many out here. And but when you can repeat that and deliver that club square to the ball, pretty remarkable stuff.
Yeah, there was a guy came through the Corn Ferry Tour. I knew him well. Fortunately, never made the tour, but he was a heck of a player on the Corn Ferry Tour. Josh Broadway, he played cross-handed, and he was a flusher. He absolutely flushed the guy. He hit it as good as anybody cross-handed. So
I'll go another step further. Alan Doyle on PGA Tour Champions had that low swing, the low takeaway, having honed it in his basement in New England in the wintertime, and everyone told him to change his swing, and the man who he was working for as a PGA assistant professional before he went back out on PGA Tour Champions, said, "Hey, can any of these guys who are telling you how to swing, can any of them beat you?"
And he said no.
No. Then he went out and shot 63 and beat Greg Norman in the U.S. Senior Open in the final round. So,
well, you talk about guts in a competitor.
Oh, baby.
Alan Doyle had it. Now at the 9th,
Stocksdale with that irrational confidence back on the fairway at number 9 from Loyola Marymount. Loyola Maryland.
He's got to go to get over that bunker down the right, and just did. So he's fine.
Again, Stocksdale's birdied the last couple of holes. Now, playing alongside Scottsdale is Braden Ware from Chattanooga.
These guys going with their 5 woods and hybrids. You know, the hybrids are a dying breed on the PGA Tour, and more players are going to 5 wood, 7 wood setups, and even 9 woods.
Interesting.
They're very, I mean, they're still out there, but they are not near as many, and the players will all have a mix of, and then now Powell on the tee, they'll have a mix, and depending on the course conditions, like, you know, Ludwig Oberg put in a 7 wood for the Genesis at Farmers for the at Torrey Pines. He sometimes that 7 wood's not in the bag, but he did it in particular for some of the par 5s that he would need on the South Course. So that's how the tour pros go about customizing their bags, but they're doing it now with these high lofted woods.
Just finished the Arnold Palmer Invitational in Orlando at Bay Hill. Arnold Palmer used to customize his set as well, but he would use a drill, some lead tape, a bending device to bend the clubs if he needed to.
Good swing right there. Gotta like that one.
You can tell he did.
Yeah, that's going to be just fine. Right down the middle. Stay out of a divot. It looks like it did.
Certainly does. You see enough of the golf ball as you take a look at the aerial view here of Southern Pines, Pinehurst area, with now a 5-shot lead for University of Tennessee Chattanooga. Loyola University Maryland has moved 1 shot closer with a birdie. They're at 7 under par. George Mason, the host, now 3 back. Seton Hall, 10 back, but again, that can change in a hurry. Elon University would like to get on the right side of par. They're 4 over currently.
All right, now this chip. This is Jensen. We saw the tee shot come up short. Just carry it right on the front edge and watch it. It'll feed right down. Beautiful touch right there. That's what you want to see.
That was really good. That was like chipping off your linoleum kitchen floor right there. There was nothing underneath that ball at all. And it was one that you'd probably putt 9 times out of 10, but the shoulder of that bunker caused him to chip it.
Mad's 3 over in the morning. He's currently a couple over in the afternoon. He is, at this point, the highest scorer in the afternoon for University of Toledo. So we go to J.J. Powell from George Mason.
Really good look right here. You expect this one to be the right dialed in here with a short iron in hand, and I'm just seeing a lot of real poor distance control with scoring clubs. That's something that I'm sure these coaches are working on with these young men.
Back to the 8th.
We've seen this putt here come up short time and time again, Steve. Why is that?
Yeah, it's kind of a funny putt. It actually, I mean, it's down the hill from what you look like on the green, but the whole terrain of the property, you're putting kind of up that terrain here as you come down the hill off the tee, and now you're kind of working back up the hill a little bit on the putt.
Well, he didn't get fooled by it at all with the speed. It was a great effort.
This is just
good swing right there. And again, just very poor distance control.
Samir Davidoff, proud of his George Mason Patriots.
Kind of putting down this spine in the green here. I think it's a tough read. That one pulls up just a fraction short, like you mentioned there, Tripp.
Yeah, and I'm sure the damp conditions just exacerbate all the things you talked about earlier.
Currently 7 under. Samir is.
I think that's the hardest thing about this game of golf is that you're constantly adjusting to the conditions from hole to hole, from 9 holes to another 9 holes. I mean, you're obviously playing different golf holes, different challenges every time, but then you throw in, now the rain is starting to pick up quite a bit as well.
At the 8th, this is Engel for birdie.
He's got the homemade grip there with the putter too. I like it. It's consistent.
2 under in the morning, 4 under currently. He'll stay at 4 under. That includes a par at the par 5 6th hole.
All right, let's see one here the right distance. Let's just get one within about 2 or 3 yards of the distance you're trying to hit the flag. That had a nice soft look to it, which is what you want to see on a wedge shot. And, well, they're all, 5, 6, 7 steps too long.
Back to the tee.
Ooh, that looked right. That looked right. He's leaning like it's flirting with a trouble over there, but nope, that's just fine.
Samir continues this inevitable march. Maybe not so inevitable on a Donald Ross golf course.
Well, I will give them this. I know I was critical of their distance control with their wedges. It's better long than short, but it's something that if you want to climb the levels of the game, you've got to get as good as you can get from the scoring zone on in. That's where the best players are. When you go watch a tour event, just watch those guys and how often they hit at the correct distance when they have a wedge in their hand.
Well, Tripp, they all talk about how they idolize Tiger Woods and what he did. Tiger completely rebuilt his game, his swing, to make sure that he dialed in his wedge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when he first came out, his wedges were not very good.
Not at all.
And he learned very quickly, which he was a quick study when he was playing with tour players on a regular basis. He was like, I got to get better at that. And John Cook and Mark O'Meara, friends of his that he, kind of took him under his wing, and that they were both really good wedge players, and they helped him a lot in understanding how you needed to go about doing it. And it did not take him long.
I think Tiger got tired of getting schooled by a couple of old guys with wedges.
Well, pretty soon he was
schooling back.
Yeah.
Exactly. Though O'Meara got to 2 majors before Tiger did.
He did, which is remarkable. Well, he benefited greatly from being around Tiger's mindset and work ethic.
Says that over and over.
Yep. Stockdale now with this putt after watching somebody just gun it by about 5.5 feet. Let's see if he can get the speed right. He did. Great speed, good putt.
Did that look like that had irrational confidence?
I love the way he's confident on the green. And that's, you know what? That's 90% of it.
Right?
It is, really, on the greens.
I don't think amateurs understand that enough.
No, they don't.
If you don't think it's going to go in, it's not going to go in.
It will not go in.
If you think it's going to go in, it just stands a better chance than wishing, etc. Another thing about Stockdale, to go back to him very quickly, one thing he says is never waste a failure. If you have a failure, learn from it.
Amen to that. I like this young man's mental game. I do some mental game coaching with these kids, and I tell you what, that'd be stuff I'd be telling them right there. He's on point.
Back at the 8th, Garrett Engel from Chattanooga.
Let's see if he learned anything. Yes, he did. Look
did.
at this putt right here. Oh, he just didn't hit it. He had the line. Oh, my, so frustrating.
4 birdies in his first 6 holes. Almost rolled another one in.
All right, and this is going to be for bogey right here. He missed that comebacker after running it by. So that is a very frustrating thing to have. Wedge in your hand and walk off with a 5.
It certainly is. J.J. Powell from Northwestern, from George Mason. Lots of umbrellas. We do hear the pitter-patter on the microphones as University of Tennessee Chattanooga maintains that 5-shot lead.
And I would say they are certainly the team with the most momentum. They're having a nice campaign, and I think they would be the team to beat. I know Loyola Maryland has won this and is the defending champ. They're going to be tough just because they know the venue, but I tell you, I think UTC is going to be where we are right now.
But next 4 teams have some pressure. George Mason, the host. Seton Hall's won this tournament for Elon, the leader at the end of the first round here today. As we take a look at the rest of the leaderboard, Towson University playing out the string, but still out there having some fun. We have Dayton, Loyola University of Chicago, both of them at 11 over par with St. John's University from New York. They are currently 12 over. What point is too far back?
Well, we're getting there. I mean, when you're on the second page of this leaderboard, I mean, you're going to have to do, and now we're running out of time. Time is not on your side here. So I would say in the first round you're okay there, but we're midway through the second round, and it's just you're getting too far down the stream.
Clearly, you want to start the day at the top of the leaderboard, but at what point will you feel comfortable being that you can see the leaders, maybe get out, post some scores, and put some pressure on tomorrow's starting times versus shotgun? How far back is too far back?
Well, that's a tough question. I would say, if you're, it all depends on what the leader does. I mean, if they keep doing it, then they're so tough to catch. I would say UTC, the way they're playing, I would say if you're more than about 10 shots back, you're going to have a tough time making that up.
But to try and give the glass half full to those that are trailing, if you are a Loyola University is 7 under par, so if you're 10 shots back of them,
correct,
you need some help. 5-shot
correct.
margin.
I mean, so you can vault up the leaderboard to get into second, but maybe catching the leader you may not do. So, and remember, it's the 500 rule. How many teams you beat, is how you're ranked based off of and getting into the postseason. So it's really important to try to beat as many teams as you can.
Every shot counts, especially here at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Wants it to go?
No. They're all doing this. Maybe there's something. Maybe there's a gust of wind up there or something because he liked that. He really thought that was a good shot, and that's where it's coming up. Now earlier that was not the case. They were more dialed in on their number.
Well, he's 7 under, so at this point,
look at this grip.
No, he's striking it the right way. You do love it.
I love it.
Do not try it at all.
No, but the face is shut at the top, but then the way that grip is, it's almost like he holds that face square down through impact.
Garrett, a public law major, 21-year-old senior at Chattanooga from Harrisburg, PA. He led the country in strokes gained putting 2022-2023 season, currently leading this season as well. So we'll see how he putts with that, with a unique putting grip as well.
Yeah. Well, there's another guy from Pennsylvania who had his own action and did pretty well with it. Some guy named Furyk.
Heard of that guy?
Yeah. The U.S. Open champion.
Exactly. Another guy from Western PA had a pretty unique swing. You could always tell him from a mile away, Arnold Palmer.
All right, let's get one. Come on now, let's get this distance right. Let's see if Jensen can get it right. Ooh, I love the rhythm of that. That looked like a scoring club swing. And guess what? How about that? You play the part, you look the part, and you get the result. That's beautiful.
It certainly was.
I
Mads
wish more young men. Now Rangel, see if he can follow suit. Most of these young men swing too hard at these clubs. They don't swing at them under control with like an 85% level effort, kind of like that right there. He did it too. That was nice, and the result nice as well.
He's had a nice day. Gustavo has. Afternoon round, all pars except for one birdie at number 5. Morning round, he had a few, 4 birdies, a couple of bogeys, so currently 3 under total for this tournament individually. That birdie putt could pull his team, Loyola University of Maryland, a little bit closer to the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, with a 5-shot lead. Chattanooga in good position. 4 teams are under par. George Mason University, the host team, is 10 back. Let's take one final look at the 9th from the air.
All right. Fun hole here. 325 yards. Just want to hit something really about 220 yards out towards this bunker. You really don't need to cut off much more than that. And you aim right at the left side of that bunker, and if you can get it in there just short of this bunker, you're going to have from anywhere there. You got to watch, if you cheat it right, that tree over on the right that we're going by right now on the right side of your screen, that will block something to the back right hole location. Today, not as much of a problem with that hole in the front left, but tomorrow I can guarantee you that flag's going to be back over there on that back right. So even position it more further to the left tomorrow will be paramount.
Do you hear Donald Ross somewhere whispering, go for that hole location in the back right. See what happens when you hit it long.
All right, well, not, going to putt it through this little bit of fringe shouldn't be a problem. Got a confident walk about him.
For the amateur, what do you tell them as far as putting or chipping from, you mentioned it earlier, try to putt as much as you can if you're an amateur. This is angle.
The thing I always tell amateurs, especially like, a 10 handicapper on average, your best bet is to have the putter in your hand after you miss a green. Don't chip it twice or don't, hit 2 shots from off the green. You're better off, instead of trying to hole it or get it around the hole like a tour player would do, have a putt for your next one, and that, guess what that does? That eliminates double bogeys, because those are the things, when you chip it more than once, for example, you're bringing in double bogey or even triple bogey. So you do a disservice to yourself as an amateur oftentimes watching tour players thinking that you can recreate what they can. You're better off just swallowing your ego and running it along the ground and get it on the green where you have a putter for your next shot.
I had that ego for a long time, and it put me in a position where I would use the excuse, I haven't putted from off the green that much. I don't really know how to judge the distance, the speed I need to hit it. But once you start doing that, very quickly you
absolutely. And another club that's beautiful to do is like a 3-wood, and use a putting motion with a 3-wood because it gets it on top of the grass better. But just practice that a little bit, and I promise you it'll help your game immensely.
Now this man does not need a whole lot of help to his game. Sounds like those.
They're coming to get Steve. Steve, are you okay?
Could it be you, Tripp, or is it Steve? Probably Steve.
I think they're coming to get Steve. They're out there. Steve's a troublemaker. Both index fingers down the respective sides of the grip, and there you go.
Okay, so now we know they're coming for Samir Davidoff because he is absolutely on fire. He's now made 3 birdies in his last 5 holes, and Samir's currently, 8 under par for this tournament. Great position.
Man, he is feeling it. Greg Pazinski, for the coach, has got to be smiling ear to ear on that one.
Now Rangel for birdie up the hill.
All right, beautiful wedge shot, now followed up with a good putt. Now this putt's a lot tougher to read from this side. He'll be breaking to his right a good bit. Right about there. And wow. I thought I would have hit the putt about where he hit it. That's surprising.
I was mentioning the cool sports golf attire, and Mads Jensen. I love this Toledo golf top.
Maybe they'll send you one.
I got to wear my University of Hawaii stuff. Got to support Scott Simpson. So Mads to get back one of the bogeys he's made so far this afternoon. He was 3 over in the morning, couple over here in the afternoon. This to get back to 4 over.
Well, this is a great spot to putt. Oh boy, that just looked jabby with the stroke.
And he knew it.
A lot of lack of rhythm in that stroke.
That's one where you don't have the line or the speed. Just that far short, you shake your head all the way to the next tee box.
Yeah.
Angle where Chattanooga has made a birdie and opened up now a 6-shot lead over second place. Let's take another look at that birdie coming down by David Off.
Look at that. You got it out there and then the perfect speed. And he is feeling it.
Took it, snatched it, walked all the way off the golf course. Here he is. Currently just went to 8 under with that birdie. A couple shot lead over Xander Gibson from Bowling Green. Ray Filter from Xavier is at 6, as well as Garrett Engel. And those 3 are tied for second. We've seen Dalton Chuba today. We've seen Preston Burton as well. Jackson Roman, Camden Bradich. All of them on our air here of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Gustavo Rangel, we've seen him this afternoon. CJ Winchenbaugh.
19 players under par. That'll probably grow tomorrow with the weather getting maybe a little bit better, so it won't be as cold and wet.
Familiarity golf course going to help that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That will certainly play a big part.
Vaughn McMean, we've seen him out there. Julius Lang as well. CJ Van Wyck. Fun watching these up-and-coming young players. Uzair Mirza. These are the cumulative totals for 2 days so far. They have not quite finished their second round. About halfway through their second round, some players. Opening round was this morning, a shotgun. Afternoon round, shotgun as well. When you say shotgun, they just kept going.
Yeah, they
exactly.
just kept going.
Tomorrow starting times.
Yeah.
J.J. Powell, George Mason.
The key is, you got to get that. Like I said, the key to a good team is to have a core of 3 or 4, and then you've got 5, 6, and 7 at home that are interchangeable, that are really good players that you can count on. I mean, some of these high-level teams, the top-ranked teams, they've got 6, 7 players, that any one of them can throw in and count at any time. So the depth in college golf is one of the keys to success, and that's what these coaches are looking for. They're looking for, to have 5 guys where you don't even want to throw a score out.
On the right-hand side, you'll see those are the scores shot in the morning and the afternoon. You've got some cumulative scores here as well. And again, we have 20 teams, 5 players, 100 players total. The best 4 scores for any team is what counts towards your team effort. And as Tripp said, 4 scores and just a little bit of bumpiness or some good play. Forget about your 2-shot swing. You can have an 8-shot swing.
Yeah. I mean, you get 3 of your players making birdies on a hole versus a couple of bogeys, and then that's a 5-6 shot swing right there that the pendulum in this can change so quickly.
The Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate from Mid Pines Golf Club, Southern Pines, North Carolina. Going to step away for a moment with Samir Davidoff with a 2-shot lead in the individual. Lots of playing going on. Very good in North Carolina.
Change is never easy, but striving to become more than what you were yesterday, to make that impact, that is George Mason, and that will never change. A university that slays giants, a university made stronger by saying yes, a university old enough to know better but young enough not to care. So expect change, remembering that we're at our strongest when we're all together different.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo. The power to do.
Raise high, revolutionaries. This is our calling. For more than 200 years, in the heart of the nation's capital, the George Washington University has produced leaders on the global stage. At GW, we are advancing knowledge, serving society, and making an impact. We shape the future. We make history. So rev up, expand your world, ignite your passion, strive for success. Together, we raise high.
You will be nervous. You'll make mistakes. But in spite of that, you will keep going. Here, among these stones and walkways, you will test, build, and break, fall into the unexpected, and pick up something new. Here, filled with energy and passion, you will find your voice, clear the air, and discover the strength to make an impact. Here, at St. Joseph's University, you will.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Here at William & Mary, I don't have to make any sacrifices in my education. We are a liberal arts institution and a research university. We have a small, tight-knit campus, but also there's always a new friend to meet. Campus is beautiful, and I call it home, but there are also amazing study abroad opportunities. William & Mary encompasses everything and anything you could be interested in. There is so much room for exploration.
Being ready,
Like, really ready?
it takes work.
It takes work. Discoveries take time.
Rough drafts are rough.
And drills, they drill you.
But no matter the field,
Greyhounds never stop, always going the distance, together.
we're not just ready. We're Loyola ready.
Look at the beautiful views from Mid-Pines Golf and Country Club. It is in Southern Pines, North Carolina, just outside of Pinehurst. What a great Sandbelt region for wonderful golf courses, great tournaments, men and women, amateur and professional. We are at the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate, and as part of the Babygrande golf coverage of the Donald Ross Collegiate, we have a special stream called the No Glaze Zone, featuring commentary from Domingo Chichi Grandes Neris and special guests. Check out the No Glaze Zone on babygrandegolf.com. Glazing is when you give too many compliments. Chichi Grande is going to make sure he keeps it real and gives you the real over at babygrandegolf.com. Take a look at what's going on at the tournament. You will see a leaderboard that is maybe at this point tightening just a hair, but up at the top of that leaderboard, it is the team that's been there for much of the day. It's been tightening behind the University of Tennessee Chattanooga team, who has now got a 9-shot lead over defending champion Loyola University of Maryland. The host, George Mason, is 10 shots back at 3 under par. And Seton Hall 11 shots back, though. Those are the only teams that, as teams, are under par in this tournament. We're on the green at number 17. And again, you see these Donald Ross.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call them treacherous, but you better be at the right place on the green.
this one kind of over in the middle right of this green, actually right in the middle, but see there's a slope right there that it's putting down. It's a little hole that bends to the right, kind of up the hill. And just the conditions are just... So this group started on the 9th hole in the morning.
They're out of Old Dominion, St. Bonnie, St. Joe's, and St. John's.
So our first look at them, and what you're getting here is this is their 27th hole, basically, coming around, or their 26th hole, excuse me, of the day. 20.
I'm trying to do the math. I can't get it either.
Yeah, either way, they're about halfway through the second round. There's a little slope that's to his left, and it's down in a little flat area. There's a big rise behind this hole and then short of this hole. So really important to try to get it on in that little bowl. If you get it in that bowl, it's a real easy putt, but it's hard to get it there. That's the problem.
I find Ross do that a lot, or did that a lot in terms of his design, gave you places.
Yeah, I mean, what he did, it seems like a lot in this area was the famous Pinehurst for it, where it's called like a turtle back, and think of a turtle shell, where it runs off into all areas. Now Pinehurst was severe in that it did it on like all parts of the greens. Now what he'll do is he'll do it, most of his designs in like one area of the green, like the front of it will run away or the back left will run away. And when he really wants to get diabolical, he'll have it like Pinehurst where it's on all sides, and it effectively makes the green that might be 6,000 square feet, it might make it effectively about 3,000 square feet because that's the only playable surface.
This is Kajun Ma, who is 3 under in his afternoon round, and 3 under he was in the morning as well. He had a couple of eagles, double bogey hit for the cycle, had some
look
birdies.
at that right in the middle.
Go
Look
in
at that.
again.
That looked awesome right there. That was a great routine without hesitation.
Man's made 3 eagles today.
Wow. He is soaring.
And guys, it is raining as hard as it has rained all day right now, too. And it's colder. It's, I mean, to be hard today, I think you should be knighted.
How about to be an on-course commentator today? What do you get the whole kit and caboodle? Forget the knighting. We'll make you just a prince.
Yeah, this is a fun day for everybody out here, but yeah, it's a big challenge. That's all it is. You're just adapting to the conditions and dealing with it. And
it's Braddock Daymore from St. Bonaventures. St. Bonaventure is the Bonnies.
Ooh, slid in the right-hand side there. Steve, any chance of these greens getting any puddles on them?
No, I haven't seen any puddles on the whole golf course right now. That's the beauty of the sand-based properties here in this region. I mean, you really get a lot of great drainage, and there's nothing puddling up. There's not even, I'm in the low area off the side of the green here on 17. There's not a hint of a squish either. It's pretty amazing.
Greens are okay. You don't find many puddles on turtlebacks, right?
No. Yeah, they...
From St. Joe's, this is Christian Matt.
These young men wear these hoodies now, but these hoodies are not waterproof. They might want to go for a little Gore-Tex or something that'll keep the water beating up instead of soaking in.
You got a sponge on your back.
Oh, he hit that one fat. You can tell by the way he looked at it. He hit it fat.
Yeah, kind of scooting along the ground about 50 yards short of the hole, kind of in the sandy area just off the fairway. But ball below the feet right now. I mean, it's tough hanging on to the golf club. It's tough feeling the club, and hanging on to it is another challenge as well. So that was caused that shot.
out of St. John's. This is Pai Cheng Chen. St. John's is going to have a nice September. The Ryder Cup, just about 20 minutes from campus.
And a captain.
Captain, an alum. Played for Coach Frank Darby at St. John's.
That's
a big miss, right?
Yeah, that's a big miss right there. Just a short iron, and you cannot miss it right at this hole. I mean, you've got plenty of room over there to the left. He actually had the right club, but
yeah, that's going to be a brutal up and down, guys.
A couple of rough shots we've seen. Chen, even par in the morning, but 4 over in the afternoon. That's not even the high score for his team. Tough time for the Johnnies. From St. Bonaventure's, it's Michael Bucko.
There we go. Does it stay? Yeah.
Michael 5 over on his round. Shot 6 in the morning as we go to Old Dominion's Philip Minahan.
You get a little wind blowing off that left as well, kind of pushing this ball right.
Oh boy.
It's going to be a challenge as well.
Oh, wow.
Philip was even in the morning. He's 3 over currently in the afternoon. A senior finance major from Rochester, New York. 22 years old.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 really interesting up and ins there. Take a look at the 17. Here's the 17th, kind of up the hill, or not up the hill, excuse me, it bends to the right, and one of the keys is you really do want to get this one down the right-hand side. It does help you here, especially to a left hole location. Now today, these players have come in with a mid to short iron, one of the easier holes for the members. But the key is the green. Definitely the right side of this green slopes off, and we've seen, one player go over and then one player actually over here on the right. That's going to be an absolutely challenging up and in. So very important here to find this green in 2, because if you don't, it's going to be a really hard ass to get it up and in.
And it's gone from a pitter-patter to a steady drumbeat of raindrops on the microphones and on the umbrellas and on the players.
Okay, all right, that's fine right there.
Starting to see some puddling. Not on the greens.
Puddling in his hoodie.
Exactly.
All right, now Chen, it looks like he's going to bump this into the hill, Steve. I mean, is there no chance of going up top, like get it a lofted club? Yeah, I think this is the prudent play right here. Just keep it. And watch, he's going to bump this right into the hill. And the problem is in this damp condition, how predictable will this first bounce be? And he hit that hard enough. That's well done. You know what? He took short out of play. That's the one thing you can't do. Just like what I was telling you with what, amateurs don't chip it again, because had that not, had he aired short, he would be right back where he was.
I thought it was a miss hit. Turned out to be a very nice play.
Yeah. Now this ball's actually got some mud on it, and it's not the best of lies. So let's just compound some issues. Plus, it's a Donald Ross green, and he's over it.
Does mud on the ball for a short shot affect Minahan as much as it would from the fairway?
Yeah, just as much. I mean, especially if it's where you're going to hit the ball. Boy, oh boy, that's respectable. He got it down there. He didn't mess with leaving it short.
Says he makes a lot of putting is the Putting is the strength of his game. We'll see if he can convert that for par.
Well, that's a good thing to have, the strength of your game. For all the talk of, driving it far, which it's clearly more important than it's ever been, the putter is still the equalizer. I mean, you have to putt every hole, pretty much, and every round, every tournament ends with a putt or a chip. So, I mean, short game's just so important and such a – I mean, it always will be, but the players that are confident with their putting, I think, clearly have an edge because you got to do it pretty much every hole.
Well, he said it about 150 years ago, but Willie Anderson said that a great putter is a match for any man, a poor putter a match for none.
Yep.
Poor putter will not be able to beat anybody.
Yep.
Watch out for those strong putters. Of course, it helps when you got the rest of the game, too, like Tiger and Jack did.
Yeah. No, he didn't hit it.
Yeah, it is getting damp out there for sure.
Yeah, this is where it just wears on you, and this is where your patience needs to come in, and you got to, believe it or not, you got to love the challenge. You know, this is where you got to say, all right, you know, half the field's going to give up here. I'm going to keep going, and you know, that's where, like Jack always talked about, he said, you know, when in these type conditions, everybody would give up, and I knew I had an advantage over everybody just because of my attitude.
Tiger felt the same way, whether it's major championship setup, whether it's weather. There's some give up, no give up in those guys. So, again, check off the list, you know, half of the field, and then go and check the other half and see if they've got the talent level you do. That's why Jack and Tiger, Bobby Jones, Hogan, only felt like they needed to beat a few guys to win these majors and important tournaments. Minahan now for his par.
And you saw him coming down going to his left, which means he's got to break a little to his right coming up the hill, and he did not see that.
Drops to 4 over, has a triple and a couple of bogeys. We go to St. Joe's. This is Mulhern, his third shot at the 18th. Zach from Loyola, Chicago. Stay up there.
Nice shot right below the hole.
Has a birdie, couple bogeys in the afternoon, Zach does. Was the low score for his team in the morning, shot 3 over.
This is one of the larger greens on the property. So beautiful with the clubhouse and the inn right there behind it. Just a beautiful setting. Great finish. This is for bogey, I believe. That's going to be a double bogey. So that's going to be always where your patience will start getting the better of you. You get impatient, you get frustrated, just what we were just talking about. I will say I'm glad we're inside.
We'll say so too. Sorry to rub that in the face of our compatriot out on the golf course, but tougher duty for Steve Scott today than for us inside here at the Babygrande Collegiate, Donald Ross Collegiate. On the tee at 18, this is Philip Minahan.
You can see down the hill, you want to get this ball turning a little bit if you can, from right to left. Aim down that right-hand side at that bunker. That looked like 3-wood, just easier to turn a 3-wood than a driver, and that's position A.
That took one of those stop and drops. Makes me worry about mud. Didn't see any on the golf ball. Let's take a look at Bucko.
The hat backwards is a common move in rainy conditions. I always wanted the cap there. Wanted the bill there, but these young players, they don't seem to be fazed by it too much.
So protecting the neck versus the eyes?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's the back of your neck. I guess you want that dry, but I don't think anything's dry on these players.
Good point.
And here's the problem with the team when it gets into the van, everything's just soaked.
Soaking.
Oh, after a day like this, you are, this hole's only 405 yards, so you really don't need drivers. So you can see these players not going for the big stick. But yeah, it is a muddy mess when in that van coming back because everybody's wet. And if you have dryers, clothes dryers at hotels, those get a lot of use from the teams.
That was Christian Matt from St. Joe's, shot three over this morning. Currently a couple over this afternoon as Pei Ching Chen from St. John's set to play.
Good swing there. It's out to the right. It's by his eye line, but the swing looked actually pretty good, and that's well over to the right. That's going to be possibly blocked out from the trees. Now
Even in the morning, 4 over for his afternoon. At the 18th, this is Zach Mulhern from Loyola Chicago coming up the hill for par. He didn't quite get it all, and a little frustration there.
Yeah, that was probably the wet conditions because up the hill like that, right in the middle, frustrating.
His team doing pretty well this morning. Ryan Walsh is 5 under on his round. Charlie Colwyn, couple under. Loyola Chicago. Sebastian Kaysen is a couple under. Zach himself is 1 over.
Good putt right there. This is Iyer from Ohio University at the 17th. And that is over the green. Not too far over, though. I think he might be all right.
Yeah, it's just fine. That's only just a couple paces over the green, but a downhill chip for him.
Back to Zach Mulhern. He's at the 17th.
He's from Loyola Chicago. You got to wonder how much actual outdoor golf, they've been playing. These guys, this is the first time they're probably getting on real grass. I mean, there might have been a couple of warm days here and there they could get out, but not many. So that is one disadvantage of some of the northern teams.
Got a lot of nice courses. Oh, you just can't get there.
Well, they will. I mean,
will.
We're getting ready in about 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, no, I mean, you can start playing, I guess, the kind of end of this month, but, they work a lot in simulators and inside, so.
One of the Hoyas. This is Jacob Finner, first time seeing one of the Georgetown Hoyas.
Boy, that was, looked like he liked it, but nothing to like about the result.
Yeah, it just carried about 10 yards too far and took the downslope, and now it's really hard up and down. But, to your point with the simulator golf, you don't really get the sensation of, making divots, driving down through the golf ball. You play a lot of simulator golf or hit off the mats, you tend to start to pick the ball a lot more, and that was a little picked right there, a little too thin.
Up to the 18th from St. Joe's, Christian Matt, his second shot, getting ready to play it.
And normally when you get to 18th, you're thinking your round's done. But, I mean, these guys got about, 8, 9 more holes to go. So they've got to keep everything in check here, and especially coming off a double bogey.
10 after this one for Christian.
Well, he didn't hit that one fat. He hit that one thin. No divot at all. After the last approach shot was fat, but there we go. Right below the hole. Maybe we can cure a little bit of the score with a birdie. This is way over there to the right.
This is Michael Bucko from St. Bonaventures.
He's trying to looks like go up and over these trees.
He's had a tough afternoon. Bogeyed his first hole, started at number 8, made a birdie at 9, but then double at 10, bogey 13, 15, and 16 as we go to Dayton Flyer Colin O'Rourke.
These players really have to watch the first skid of the golf ball, too. That one came up a little short there. But if they hit it at all low, it's just going to skid with that moisture level on top of the grass.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. You got a couple of things that you have to keep in mind with these conditions. That I guarantee you one thing: they've been playing simulator golf. They hadn't played anything like this.
That's for sure.
The coach isn't hosing them off while they're in the simulator.
Back to the 18th. Philip Minahan, Old Dominion University.
Ooh, good pass right there. And he didn't like it. It looked like he wiped it a little to the right, but I like the golf swing. I think that swing's going to produce more good shots than bad ones, that's for sure. Technically pretty sound. See, and he's got the buggy, he's got the cart, so he's got a quasi-caddy. That's why I like the buggy in these conditions.
Can keep that umbrella on the clubs.
Yep. All right, now this one over the green, Steve. Lie looks kind of skinny.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it is with this dormant Bermuda grass right here, kind of back in the stance. Play it low. That was good contact right there. Tried to grab, but it didn't.
That's going to end up respectable, though. That's fine.
I think anything with solid contact on this stuff right now with the moisture and there's no cushion under the golf ball. I think is if you're weak with your chipping at all, this will expose you.
Yeah, this and grainy Bermuda. Dormant Bermuda and grainy Bermuda. Or dormant grainy Bermuda is actually what this is.
And wet too, kind of squishy and a little squishy and.
See, they're not even thinking about doing anything going up. They're just bouncing into the hill.
This is really good right here.
Wow.
Look at this shot.
That's impressive. That is impeccable.
I mean, you can't even feel your hands right now, guys. It has gotten 10 degrees colder than it was 45 minutes ago.
There you can see it. When it shows up on a camera like that, it is really raining.
But I have to say, it doesn't feel 8 degrees colder. Oh, that's right.
Oh, we're inside. Sorry, Steve.
Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I marvel at those two chip shots right there.
Yeah, they were
that second one especially.
They were pretty spot on.
Those were nifty.
How do you like this play with a metal club?
See, I love this. I think if you practice this, it's much more predictable than hitting the 7 or 6 iron into the hill, because this ball's going to be tumbling along the top of the grass, and you pretty much just use a little putting stroke.
I always find the distance control very tough, though.
But that's what I was saying. You need to practice it.
Yeah, it's just almost climbed up there. Yeah, it just gets a little bit more of the moisture than the friction of that golf ball as it climbs the hill. So I think that if it was dry, I think there's less variables. But I think with the wet, I think you're better off hitting a little something in the air, just a little.
Why do you use that instead of the putter? Just because it looks cooler?
Well, what it does is there's no spin. Like when you're hitting the 7 or 8 iron, it can sometimes have not enough overspin, or you get backspin on it, and then the predictability of how it's going to release. It's going to release the same way every time, but to Steve's point, in these conditions, it's more difficult because of the wetness. So it's not as predictable as it would be when it's dry.
Players trying to finish off their afternoon round. Sorry, Steve, we're looking at the leaderboard here, but go one other thing.
No, sorry. I was just going to say the ability to not chunk it as well with the wide sole of the fairway metal, I think, is very helpful as well.
This is O'Rourke from Dayton here. That was a birdie effort. Oh, that was for par, excuse me.
Well, O'Rourke's a senior from Dayton, from Troy, Michigan. Operations and supply chain management major.
He's going to need some supply chain management for getting his team stuff dry.
He says the strength of his game is his wedges. He has the, quote, softest hands in the North. Like the confidence of some irrational confidence. Softest hands in the North. That's
wow. Okay.
Pretty good moniker there. Another hat backwards. Sheil Iyer from Ohio. 21-year-old junior at Ohio University, computer science major, hails from Dublin. Yep, Dublin,
well,
Ohio.
Now he's used to this. This is nothing for
Dublin.
him. Yeah, this is
Dublin, Ohio, site of the Memorial Tournament.
Oh, Dublin,
Muirfield
Ohio.
Village.
I was thinking Dublin.
Exactly.
Okay, well. Bogey. Yeah, you're seeing a lot of hang in there. Your coach is saying, come on, man, hang in there. We got to hang tough today.
Got two gloves going now, and rain suit, hat, rain pants. You get to use all of your gear at least.
Oh, man. I'm just thinking about the nightmare of the hotel room. It's just,
You've
you got
lived that
stuff
nightmare.
everywhere. Oh, yeah. When you play in this stuff as a college team, it's just it's like you never get dry.
You don't get your own room either. You've got,
No,
everyone's
you got
looking for something to
roommates,
hang.
You got clubs everywhere. And you got towels hanging. It's a rough one. Because, and you think about it, a lot of times in the South in particular, when it's raining this heavy, there's some sort of electricity with it. So you're not usually, it's rare that you keep playing in this stuff, but it does happen.
But if you're out in this weather and you're not an actual golfer in the competition, but let's just say, I don't know, for argument's sake, an on-course reporter, you have personal heaters, you have people who will
Oh, well, he's got a
feed you
concierge.
grapes.
Yeah, he's got a concierge. He's got like a butler. He's
Exactly. He's
fine.
probably changed
I'm
3
not
or 4
worried about
times.
Steve.
Steve's okay.
I love it, guys.
This is Max Hutter from Georgetown.
Trying to cut it, it looks like, Steve. Well, gets the ground cut.
Yeah, that's gonna come over the green. It's gonna fall off the back, and one of those awkward ones.
Stay out of a seam. All right.
He's got a double and a bogey on his afternoon card, Max does. In the morning round, he shot 5 over, was one of the scores that counted. Interesting time to be going to Georgetown or George Washington, to be in the Washington, D.C. area. Carson Trafford goes to Ohio University. Here's Carson getting ready for his second shot at the 17th.
Now, Tripp, I don't know about you, but when you think about, I was always a handsy type player. I always thought the mechanical type players had a little bit more advantage in the cold weather because, the handsy type players, I don't know, you're just not feeling the where the club is as much, but the very mechanical type players, I felt just kind of, I don't know, felt the positions a little bit easier, I thought, on a day like this.
Oh, yeah, you definitely don't want to rely on your hands because the fingers start getting numb, and when you're one of those type players, you really have to It really does compound things, no question about it, Steve. That's a good point.
Carson 1 under on his round in the afternoon, 3 over in the morning.
I don't like that one in the air. That one probably looked pretty good to him coming down right on the flag, but then got Donald Ross short and kicked to the right. Now he's going to have a full examination to see if he can get it up and down. They're out of book class, but they're getting golf class today.
They are. Still getting schooled, just on the golf course.
Some people might prefer a calculus test over this examination right now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Luke Kale from Dayton.
We've got the double hoodie working here. I like it. He's got the hoodie that's off and the hoodie that's on. I wonder when we decide to put the other hoodie on. Nice. Right at it, right behind the hole. If it stays, does it stay? Oh.
Maybe the rain helped that one.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was close, wasn't it, Steve?
Yeah, that was 6 inches from rolling down the hill.
Luke 1 over in the morning, 1 over in the afternoon. Some steady play. Number 2 on his team. Quick look at the leaderboard now. A 7-shot lead. George Mason University has moved into second place. Loyola Maryland has moved to 1 over. They're outside of the top 3 currently and over par. So Tripp mentioned it. 4 scores counting. Changes can happen in a hurry. Loyola University from Maryland, the defending champion, that changed quickly in the wrong direction.
And one thing I'll add as we look at this leaderboard, one thing I'll add is the other part is where are you on the golf course? Because there's a lot of times there's an easy stretch of holes versus a hard stretch of holes. Now, tomorrow the leaders are going to be paired together, so it won't be as effective. But in a format like this, in a shotgun, you could be on like the 3 easiest holes your team's going through while the team leading's going through the 3 hardest holes, and therefore it can definitely fluctuate even more in that situation. Again, tomorrow it won't be. That's why they pair them together, so they'll be playing the same stretches of holes at the same time.
Who's even paying attention to the scores? Those the coaches, the players aren't at this point. They're
right now they're just trying to get in, trying to stay as dry as possible and grind it out and take a birdie when you can get it, but grind out as many pars as you can get.
Tough conditions at Mid Pines Golf Club in Southern Pines, North Carolina, just outside of Pinehurst, wonderful Sand Hills region of North Carolina. The southern part of the state, maybe the southeastern part. As we take a look at the 13th and how balls have reacted here at the 13th at Mid Pines. What's happened with the golf balls as?
Well, this was when it was much drier, but watch this. This is Donald Ross in full effect. That's that par 3 that we were saying that it was better to be back there after your tee shot because you're over there and the ball just runs off. Here we go again. Now watch this. This tee shot over here, he's liking it. It's looking right at the hole there and had to have really liked it, but there we go. And even in these wet conditions, you're still going to have that at the 13th.
14.
And then we go with the 14, the short hole, back up the hill, and a false front that you've got to get it over or it will leave you in a very, very difficult spot. Now watch, he's going to spin, and there's the false front right there, and that's going to come back down off. So there you can see the full effect of what Donald Ross is bringing. And as I said, even in these wet conditions, these things are happening with regularity.
Donald Ross, born up in Dornoch, the northern part of Scotland, moved to the U.S. as a young man, designed dozens of courses across North America. First job was at Royal Dornoch while he was growing up, worked as one of the greenskeepers. Apprenticed to old Tom Morris in St. Andrews.
There you go. The battery on the rangefinder's even dead. Let's just make it even worse. But nice of them to toss him one. That may be his coach. I'm not sure. I don't think it matters. Yeah. So he's going to have to. The coaches do carry. Believe it or not, you got to. That's one of the things that you've got to have in there is spare batteries for your for your rangefinders.
Okay.
Or as they say, distance measuring device, to be correct factually.
One more thing about Donald Ross, heck of a player, won 5 times professionally.
Oh, wow.
Had a bunch of top 10 finishes in the U.S. Open, played the Open Championship 1 time, finished in the top 10.
Now, what a up and down he just came off of, well over the green. Beautiful shot, made a beautiful 4 there. Now let's see, as the rain seems to be just lightening up a little bit. Beautiful tee shot. I hit it thin. That's over to the right, I believe. Looks thin and right. Yep. Maybe not the thin part, but definitely the right part. Now he's got one of those ridges to chip over, and then it runs down and kind of away from him. So he's going to need what he applied on the last hole once again, probably. O'Rourke now, his second shot. This is a tough little tee shot to get over in this part of the fairway.
Hitting right back at the in.
No, that's left. Looked like he pulled that one. Yeah. That's fine. That's flag high. Get away with a miss. That's it always makes you feel good when you don't hit it your best and you still got a putt.
Saw the knees buckle. I think he thought it was headed towards that bunker.
Oh, he thought it was too. I can assure you, it had his attention.
Now, Iyer, does he? I don't know. A little bit of a divot. Can't really tell.
Looks like he's out of it. I don't think he's going to be affected too poorly or too much by it. Now that one should be pretty good. There you go. Right over the flag.
Very nice for Schall. 6 over, though. He's got a couple of birdies, 2 doubles, 4 bogeys.
Well, let's see if he can grab a birdie here with that beautiful shot.
Yeah. Score didn't count in the morning. He shot 79, 7 over. Back at the 17th, this is Hubbard for his par.
Look at that. Rolled it right in the middle. That had a little bit of authority on it.
Yeah, you got to keep the pace up right now with all this moisture on the greens. You got to really pick your speed, and these slopes of these greens are pretty severe from back to front, but so they can't get these greens maximum speed even to start if they were dry. But good opportunities from below the hole, however. That was a great putt.
Trafford for par at the 17th.
Pushed it.
At the 18th, third shot for Zach Mulhern.
Yeah, hit it over to the right. Had nothing but to pitch to here. See if he can let his wedge game do the talking, and that is absolutely beautiful. That's what you want to have. That's why you have a good wedge game, so that if you get in trouble, you can pitch it out and let it save you. Watch the best players in the world. That's what they do when they are off. They manage their downside risk, if you want to call it that.
Now at the 17th, this is Luke Kale for his par.
That's the one downfall of hitting the putts too solid, as we saw a moment ago. It kind of shrinks the circumference of the hole, and so you got to hit them a little bit more dead center when you hit them that solid. And that was a good par effort.
For the 19-year-old freshman, mechanical engineer from Mason, Ohio. Dream foursome, Ricky Fowler, Jack Nicklaus, Scotty Scheffler.
Okay. Now your dream foursome, is it the 4 that you want to play with, so it's actually a 5-some, or is it the 4 players?
I've seen a lot of 3 players. I'm sure there's some me's have been thrown in, but I think people are thinking, who are the other 3 in your dream foursome?
Okay, so you're including yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know the rules of this
I'm
game.
not sure that that's mine. I got Arnold, Jack, my dad, and maybe my brother, and I'll watch those guys. I'm fine with that. Fuzzy, I got to put Fuzz in there.
But I would be fine with allowing 5. I think Steve would be too. I think you could have 5 and play yourself. If you're dream foursome, Steve, you've got to allow yourself and play with 4 others. So let's break rules, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, if you're dreaming, why not break the rules?
There you go.
I don't want Jack or Arnold to see this swing, especially not now how short I hit it. Or my dad. This is Karsten Judge from Georgetown back on 17.
I'd have my eyes closed for your swing too, David.
I
Don't worry.
appreciate that.
Not for this one, though. You got to keep your eyes fully engaged in this target. Here, ball below the feet a little bit, which adds to the challenge of the approach shot.
That was a great swing right there. And there is what I was talking about. If you can get it on that level, right, Steve? I mean, that's a real easy putt to read.
Yeah, that's perfectly below the hole. It shouldn't have a lot of break to it.
All right, now he's aiming to the right here. And
trying to draw it back in. What was that?
Just cannot make that mistake. This is one that you got to make sure that you do not, if you're in between clubs, take the higher club.
I think this big greenside bunker on the front left really pushes their eyes more right.
This is Will Cates from Ohio University.
Very fast-paced golf swing.
Like that. A little Nick Price.
Love it. Yeah, a little Nick Price-ish. And the Price-ish is right. That is well done. Best we've seen today.
Will 4 over in the morning, but he's also 1 over in the afternoon. So bounce back a bit.
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
Yeah, it's a hang in there kind of day. Look at that. Right. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. That would have been a heck of a birdie there.
Birdie attempt for Iyer has not had many. He had 1 in the morning. Has a couple in the afternoon, but 2 doubles and 4 bogeys on top of that as well.
All right, let's see if he can make 2 good saves in a row here from pretty bad spots.
Make or miss.
I think he misses it to the right.
You're a bad person. You put that on him.
Well, I was just a common miss from down there. That's all. I just played the odds.
It's a tough one. Bernard not able to make those back-to-back saves, so he will drop a shot. Georgetown University is just inside the top 10. Jacob now 5 over on his afternoon round. He was 6 over in the morning. Last man scored to count. This is Mulhern, Zach Mulhern, Loyola Chicago. For his par,
nice.
Right in. Nice.
I love to see that. I love to see poor tee shot and get away with it. I mean, come out of there unscathed. That should give you tons of confidence.
Stays a couple over, 3 over in the morning. This is O'Rourke now. Colin, Dayton Flyer.
And nice par there. Here we go. Over the green is a no-no. He's got the lofted one, Steve. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and there's, you know, when I said a few minutes ago there wasn't a lot of squish in these low areas. Well, where his feet are, it's almost some casual water. If he wanted to take relief here, he might be able to take it. There's a little bit of water down there, but it's not really at the lie of the ball. It's maybe more at his feet, so it has to be the lie of the ball only. And you take a lofted wedge right here, you're asking for
something, and a lot of that something is trouble.
Well, but if you're confident with it and you can pull it off, I mean, it's more predictable if you can do it, because you're going to. It looks like he's bouncing this into the hill. That's just too much of a lofty club to do that.
Dory shot 11 over in the morning. Excuse me, an 81, 9 over in the morning. A couple more in the afternoon, so he's 11 over total.
Well, he's getting ready to get more over.
He is. Still a tough shot.
Oh, the
Tough
one
bogey.
he's got is hard, just as hard, if not harder, than the one he just hit.
That is correct. I mean, you're 4 feet below the surface of the green over there when you miss this thing, and he's going to give it a shot again here.
But like you said, Tripp, do not put yourself in a position with, 2 chips.
How about 3? No, he got that one down, and okay. I thought that one was going over as hard as he hit it.
University of Dayton's Jacob Garland 1 over on his afternoon round.
A little nudge to the right as it goes down the hill, right in there.
Yep. Now there it
Trying
turns
to flatten out a little bit.
Oh, man, that was a good putt.
But you got to love Jacob. He had 3 doubles in the morning. He's got another one in the afternoon, but that's the only blemish on his afternoon scorecard. He's got a birdie, a bunch of 3s on his card as well in the afternoon, so he's got it back together. So we go to the home hole. This is Georgetown University. Hoya, Max Hutter.
See, he had to punch that because he was under those trees, so he had to flight that down. It's hard to do in wet conditions.
Why is it harder in wet conditions?
Just the water on the ball and how it could jump up and you get your spin is just not as predictable.
Back to the 17th.
This is a great look for birdie. As Steve said, pretty easy putt to read.
Yeah, it's more about the speed here. You just got to hammer it, really.
Did he hammer? Karsten Judge unable to make that at 17. Back to the 18th. This is the 3rd shot for Trafford.
Well, he's had all sorts of trouble if he's this far from the hole and hitting his 3rd. See if you can get out of here with a minimal car wreck. Oh boy. Okay, well, no, it didn't quite get up there, but he can get up and down for bogey.
Well, Cates hit a nice approach at 17. Here he is trying to pay it off.
Best we've seen all day, so he does indeed. Very well done. That's gritty right there.
Again, the double hoodie.
Yeah.
Folks, just keeping an eyeball on the leaderboard here as well. You've got University of Tennessee Chattanooga with a 5-shot lead over George Mason. That had ballooned up to 9 shots. The host is just 5 shots back as Luke Kale at the 18th from Dayton with his 2nd shot to the par 4. Seton Hall University 9 back. Loyola University of Maryland going the wrong direction. They're 3 over now.
Well, he got it on the green. He seemed to hit that one a little thin, but got the most out of it. And that'll leave an uphill birdie putt. Pretty straight, too.
Luke just 1 over in the afternoon.
it's hard to get your ball all the way over here.
Well, Sebastian Case did just that. Oh, it's not like
that.
It's a foul.
Yeah, hit that one fat. It's so easy to do. I mean, it's just, you just have to have perfect contact. Any imperfection at all, it's just going to get.
So let's take a close and detailed look here at the leaderboard. University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, your pre-tournament favorite. Tripp leads by 5. The host university, though, hanging tough. Good position for George Mason. Would be their best finish of the season. A runner-up finish here. A win would be even better as hosts. Seton Hall won this event back in 2022. Loyola University, Maryland, defending champ, also the champion of the inaugural event. Xavier's 5 over, 15 back, not out of it by any stretch. Same with South Dakota, who is 16 back at this point. Georgetown University at 12 over. We'll see where things stand at the end of the day. Plenty of golf left to be played here in the second round of the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. St. Joe's and St. Bonaventure, Towson, all those from the northeast part of the country. Probably too far up the track to really make any kind of a comeback, but good experience playing in this kind of a tournament. St. John's University, 15 over. Again, not completely out of it. It depends upon the team at the top.
And I tell you another thing, as a coach, you learn a lot about your players on a day like today. You really do. A 36-hole day that, started out okay without much rain, and then it gets tough at the end. This is where you find out, this is a guy I want in the trench with me. And I'll tell you, coaches will say, yeah, I love it when a player plays great, but I learn a lot about them when they struggle and how they manage their attitudes and what they do about it. And Coach May, I had one college coach told me that he recruited a kid one time who shot a 77 in a junior tournament under conditions like this because of his attitude.
Love it. Grinding. Carson Trafford from Ohio on the tee. Looking for it to move a little left, that body language.
Yeah, that's down that right with that driver. That brings those trees that you're seeing in the background in real quick, so you got to have it moving right to left. Oh, he hit it fat again. There's oh boy, does it stay? Yeah, see Donald Ross right there. It's coming back to you.
Coming back to him.
See, these players are aiming over there down that right. You've got to get this ball moving right to left or come over it like that one, and that should be, oh boy.
Oh.
Yeah, that's going to be quick down over there. There's not a lot of good stuff over there. Hopefully he got a fortunate break.
Georgetown's Max Hutter.
Well, he took short out of play. There was no option of short being in the equation there.
Next, Sebastian Case from Loyola, Chicago.
Oh, yeah. That's well done right there. So, second shot was not his best, but the third made up for it.
He's got a mark.
Very nice short game display right there. And you throw in the fact, like Steve said, I mean, it's cold and the temperature's dropping. And when you're wet, and then the cold just goes right through you. It is, but again, like we talked about, I think the key is your attitude and what you do with it, because there's going to be at least half the field that's going to get upset, going to get down. get negative. And if you're on the other side of that coin, you're going to have an advantage.
That's the dog atmosphere. They're talking about DAWG, not University of Georgia. It's those guys who will pull it back together, get after it as we go to Sam Hogan from Ohio.
Looks like he's trying to hit a little cut in there is what that looked like. Oh, boy. He's going to have a fun-filled one there. We've seen the carnage that can happen from back there.
But he's not the first lefty Hogan to play this game. A guy named Ben did, though he played right-handed. He was a lefty.
He played pretty good at righty.
He did.
He did all right righty. I'm glad he didn't try to play that. Although, who knows? It might have been the best left-handed swing ever.
Maybe the greatest year of all time.
53.
As we look at Luke Kale, 53, 5 starts. Six starts, 5 of them exactly. Only lost 1 tournament and 3 majors. The only 3 he could enter, he won them all. The only time he went to the Open Championship, won at Carnoustie.
And what was the one he couldn't play? There was
PGA
the
Championship.
PGA, because he was over for the Open Championship.
PGA Championship finished on a Monday and Tuesday, which were the days to qualify for the Open Championship, and everyone had to qualify. Max Hutter with a downhill par putt. Get going. Love watching these young players from institutions like they're representing. Tremendous players. Will they play on the PGA Tour? Will they continue as PGA professionals? Who knows? But what you find is, young citizens in our country and our world, from Georgetown and other places, we watch the water start to puddle, start to collect.
One thing about this game, and when you play it at this level, no matter what, it teaches you so much about yourself, and very few people who play at this level are not go on to do successful things no matter what, because of the discipline and because of what you learn about yourself in these things. It absolutely pays dividends no matter what happens.
Because there are players here from 18 to 23 years old who are, I don't want to look back on my years at 18 years old, 19 years old. I could have used some discipline at that point.
Well, we all could have, but that's why this program, the playing golf in college is such a great thing, and such a, it's not easy to do. It's a tough.
And then you have the opportunity to come play at a place like Mid-Pines in the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate.
That's where the attitude comes in. You got to love the opportunity.
So the weather is really starting to, again, collect. Maybe putting this competition in a position where, for potential talk about a pause in play, suspension in play.
They just blew the horn, guys. They just blew the horn.
Well, he obviously didn't hear it. I think that's the official coming down to tell him.
A dangerous condition if they suspend play, lightning in the area, something along those lines. You can't even take that swing. You're disqualified.
No, you have to go. You're disqualified there. What they do is one long blast typically is the dangerous situation. If they do a staggered blast, that's like for darkness or for wetness. It's your option to continue.
You can't start the next hole.
No, you cannot.
But you can finish the hole you're playing.
You cannot.
Yeah, that was the 3 short blasts for sure.
Yeah, so that's the way it's always done across. That's ubiquitous across all professional golf and collegiate golf, amateur golf at high levels.
But 3 blasts means that the on-course commentator must stay in position.
He has to stay. He cannot leave. He has to stay until they complete play.
Until sunset, right?
No, actually till tomorrow. You have to stay through the night.
And guys, amateur golfers would really almost never be in this position. But if they were, how do you mark your ball? How do you position? First of all, you can't clean it.
Oh, yeah, you can.
You can?
Oh, after you mark it, you can clean it all you want.
Okay. So
that's exactly what you do. You put 2 tees. Some guys you can just use 1. It doesn't matter. You just need it doesn't have to be exactly right on the spot. I mean, in that area, it's got to be right with the similar lie that you had is the main thing. because the conditions could change that.
Again, you're allowed to finish the hole you are playing with that multiple blast warning. If it's just one long, you can't, top of your backswing, you can't.
In these conditions, I don't know if I would continue. I would, because I mean, yeah, you can see right here the green is, I don't know why these guys are continuing.
Because they're freshmen.
Yeah, there are definitely puddles up there that'll help stop it, but this one right here is, these low areas right now, I mean, there's lots of water. I thought he'd take relief from here.
Yeah, I mean, and Steve, think about it. You come back out and you're placing your ball.
You see right there, puddling on the.
Yeah, they won't putt. I mean, you can't putt in this stuff because it's just too unpredictable. But when it rained that hard for that long, you knew even on Donald Ross greens that you were going to have some sort of issue. Now, the good thing is we at least have daylight savings time.
Right.
They probably have anywhere from 5 to 7 holes left. If the rain stops, they can get back out, possibly finish tonight.
As players make their way back to the clubhouse, some dry
You can do that, right?
shelter, place to go meet back up with your team, get out of the cold rain. We'll take a look at the individual standings. How about Samir Davidoff?
Yeah.
9 under par, 66 in the morning.
That's a really solid. I mean, I tell you what, and 3 under out there right now, you know, and you got a couple of guys that are 4 under
Right
each.
there.
That if you're in this shooting better than 2 under par out there right now, you're a gritty player. You're playing some really gritty golf because it's testing you in every which way. But here's the thing, and this is what teams look for. You see 3 C's right there for Chattanooga, the Mocs. They're right
10.
there, you know, inside that the top 10, and that's what you're looking for, and that's why they're atop the team leaderboard. We'll get there in a minute.
100 players, 20 teams, 5 players per team, 4 scores count for each session, the low 4 for each team. Elon with a pair of players, Matt Doyle and Callejo. I had both at tied inside the top 25. Toledo's got a few players on this leaderboard, as do the Dayton Flyers. Xavier, you see here, another Chattanooga player inside the top 50. That's Ethan Whitaker. Some St. John's players appearing bottom half of the leaderboard. Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. It's being played at Mid-Pines Golf Club. Around for more than 100 years. This wonderful Donald Ross design has been brought back in the last decade to the original Donald Ross. They call it a pure Donald Ross experience here at Mid-Pines, sister course of Pine Needles, which has hosted a number of U.S. Women's Opens. Southern Pines in the area, also a wonderful golf course. Jack Weiler from Elon has withdrawn, which puts them in a position where all 4 players have to play at Elon.
Must have been injured of some sort. Yeah, there's the only way why that would happen.
Team leaderboard has University of Tennessee Chattanooga at the top, 5-shot lead over host George Mason. Then you've got Seton Hall, who won this event 2 years ago, all the way down to Towson University. It is only 5 years old, but an important event in the landscape of collegiate golf. The Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. Wiping down lenses, staying dry as much as they can. These 100 players from 20 elite institutions playing for a prestigious but young tournament. Babygrande Golf has brought you this broadcast, and we'll be back tomorrow for the final round of the 2005 Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate.